By now, most people following the field of UFOs and ufology are at least somewhat aware of the notes known as the Wilson document, or the Core Secrets document, or the Davis-Wilson notes. These are 13 pages of typed notes written by Dr. Eric Davis in 2002 when he was a member of the National Institute of Discovery Science, that's NIDS, owned and managed by billionaire Robert Bigelow. Davis had met privately with a recently retired admiral named Thomas R. Wilson. Wilson had recently been head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, that's the DIA, and head of intelligence for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Davis met Wilson in order to talk with him about something very interesting that had happened 5 years earlier in 1997. Back then, Wilson had a meeting with UFO researcher Stephen Greer, along with Apollo astronaut Edgar Mitchell, Navy Commander Will Miller, and others, where they discussed UFOs, UFO crash retrievals, and the existence of black budget programs to study the acquired technology. Really amazing stuff. Wilson very clearly was interested in this information, and by an account given later by Dr. Greer and Commander Miller, he continued to extend the meeting beyond their original allotment. The meeting isn't in dispute any longer. We know it happened. What followed the meeting has been disputed by a very few skeptical researchers, but is increasingly being supported by more and more evidence. And that is that Wilson made his own attempt to locate such a program, and within 2 months was in a meeting with the 3 so-called gatekeepers of at least one of the programs. This was for a private contractor that was indeed attempting to reverse engineer an alien spacecraft. Wilson learned that much but little more, as he was denied access to the program. He didn't have a need to know, despite his position in the intelligence community. Well, Wilson was angry about this, but he couldn't really do anything about it. But word got back through Miller to Greer and Mitchell, and then from Mitchell to his friends and colleagues at NIDS. And for 5 years, those individuals had the bare bones of the story. But in October 2002, now that Wilson was retired from government service, they saw an opportunity to send one of their own, that is Eric Davis, to meet with Wilson to find out more detail. And essentially, they hit a home run. Davis met with Wilson and wrote down detailed notes of their conversation. Well, in 2006, one of the members of this closely knit group showed me a couple of pages of these notes, while giving me a small amount of background information as well. I read the part of the transcript in which Wilson described to Davis that he learned the technology that the group was working on was, quote, not made by man, not by human hands. And I never forgot that. Over the years, I discussed what I could of that document, of what I knew, but I'd never revealed the name of the man who showed it to me. 13 years went by, and in the spring of 2019, the full 13 pages of notes by Davis had leaked out following the death of Edgar Mitchell. And Mitchell had died in 2016. It took a couple of years for this to come out. The notes, a copy of Davis's notes, were in the papers of Edgar Mitchell in his estate, and that is how they eventually got out. Since they appeared, many researchers in the UFO field have taken sides on the authenticity of these notes. For me, there's never been a doubt. I know they are real. I've done my best to explain why without giving up any identities, and I think I've been pretty emphatic about it. But in fact, there's a wealth of detail in these notes that makes it clear that they are authentic. This is not some type of MJ-12 disinfo campaign, as a few people who are unwilling to do any digging have argued, or unwilling to put the information together. They take Davis's no comment and Wilson's denial at face value, and not once do they bother to explain who and how these notes were allegedly hoaxed. What's funny in all of this is that Davis quite recently stated that the notes came from the estate of Dr. Mitchell. In other words, he validated them. What more do people want? Another person very close to the individuals connected to this document is journalist George Knapp, who also recently went on the record to state his position that the notes are clearly authentic. And I'll just add that a full year ago, I spoke privately with George about these notes, and it was obvious then that he knew they were the real deal. But as for the denial by Wilson and the hedging by people like Davis and Miller, it's obvious that the parties involved and the parties named in this document feel very constrained about discussing it publicly, and that should surprise no one. Well, in any case, there have been a number of researchers who have been studying these notes in detail. And one of particular interest is an anonymous individual known as Mr. X. This person, who in fact is very well known to me, wants anonymity, and in my view, this is perfectly reasonable. He can see as well as anyone how toxified much of the culture of ufology has become, and I personally don't blame him for wanting his privacy. What matters is his research, what he has to say. A few months ago, Mr. X did a 3-hour interview on the Wilson documents for the YouTube channel Project Unity. It's a really good interview, and I highly recommend it. I have the link for that below. For my part, I've communicated regularly with Mr. X, and I invited him to talk about the Wilson documents with me, but I wanted him to do it originally in a shorter format, and my reasoning was that there's a time and a place for a deep dive, and there's also a time and a place for a very strong overview. I figured he did the deep dive. Now let's do a more concise introduction for people who haven't really examined the notes yet. Well, to say the least, that is not what happened. My guest simply had too much to offer. Instead of doing a single hour, which was my initial goal, we just kept going and going. Not 1 hour, not 2 hours, not even 3 hours. We went for 5 hours, diving deep into these notes and to many, many other things closely connected to those notes. At some point, pretty early on, I just threw in the towel and I figured, well, we're going to do this as thoroughly as my guest wants to, and that is that. Along the way, there's a lot of good conversation and interaction on this subject and a whole lot of information. Toward the end, you can tell that I've started to lose my voice in the whole thing, but we just kept going. I doubt that every listener will be tempted to go the full 5 hours, but I do suspect that a number of you will. Once you realize the significance of these notes, well, there's going to be many of you that will want to hear all of what follows. Hey, there's always 1.25 or 1.5 speed if you're in a hurry. Don't go too fast, though, or you might miss something important. Now, I prepare all of my videos for YouTube, and I'm not a video expert by any means, and I don't have any people helping me with this, which means that in this case, adding images was just too much for me to do. It is, however, a good idea to read along at times when we're discussing these notes, so I have included a link with this video so that you can follow along while you listen. I do agree that having the notes embedded in the video would have been preferable, but this has got to be the way it is in this instance. The notes are undoubtedly available in many places at this point, but I've linked them to my own website where I published them back in June of 2019. The implications of these notes are profound. No, they aren't a formal U.S. government document, but they are from a personal conversation meant only for a small group of people, and that conversation describes how a U.S. Navy admiral who was a high-level leader of the intelligence community tried and failed to gain access to a UFO-related program, one that was concerned with studying and replicating alien technology. Well, that's big enough. But what's more is that a detailed analysis of these notes makes it clear that 99.9% of the control over this program appears to be beyond the formal machinery of the U.S. government. Instead, it's dominated by a private defense contractor that sure appears to have more power than the senior Defense Department officials. And all of this prompts us to ask, who is working for whom? So sit back, relax, and maybe take out a pencil and a pad of paper for notes. This may be an interview, but it's also a working session for anyone interested in doing some serious research into what is, without question, the UFO leak of the century. Greetings and welcome to the Richard Dolan Show, where we fight the good fight every time we're here. Happy to be here with you. And I have a special guest that I'm rather excited to be introducing here. He doesn't have a formal name. He does have a name, but it's not known to the world. He goes simply as Mr. X. This is a gentleman that I am proud to say that I know pretty well. I've known him for quite some time. He's a brilliant analyst of the UFO phenomenon, but he reserves the right for anonymity, and I respect that, and I think that's completely legitimate on his part. He gave a very, very thorough 3+ hour interview a couple of months ago with Jay over at Project Unity. You can go check out that YouTube channel, which was a extended deep dive into what we're going to talk about here today, which is the notes by Dr. Eric Davis on his meeting with Admiral Thomas Wilson relating to the failed attempt by Admiral Wilson to get access to to a program in which apparent ET technology was being reverse engineered. Wilson at the time was just about to become head of intelligence for the Joint Chiefs of Staff and director of the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency. He was very high up. This has become a famous story in the field of ufology. I am part of that story, having been shown, as I've said many times, 2 pages of this document way back in 2006. I have still not given up the identity of the man who showed me those documents, but I have said time and again, he was exactly the right person in the exact correct position to be able to do that for me. In any case, our guest, Mr. X, has done an analysis of this 13-page document that I think is better than that done by anyone else that's out there right now. And so we're going to do hopefully a somewhat more concise breakdown of this document, making it a little bit more approachable for folks to understand just why this is important, the whole background, what we're dealing with here. So, Mr. X, thank you and welcome to the program. Oh,
I'm so glad to be here with you, Richard.
It's my pleasure as well, and I think a lot of listeners are looking forward to this. So I'm going to hand this over to you. I gave a brief little back. Actually, if you don't mind, allow me to give a very, very quick explanation as to why many of us think this document's important. Do you mind if I do that?
Oh, go ahead, please.
All right, very quickly, and then I want you to jump in. So as a story that has largely, this part has all been confirmed, which is that in 1997, Stephen Greer, along with a number of other individuals, you can get into the details, Mr. X, was able to have an audience with Admiral Thomas Wilson and other individuals present, including Wilson's boss, we'll get into that, in which he spoke about black budget programs relating to ET technology. That was something that was done. Greer was accompanied by Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell, as well as Navy Commander Willard Miller, a very important part in all this. After the meeting, from what we believe happened, Miller stayed behind, spoke to his colleague, Admiral Wilson, for a couple of hours, by which they talked about things like UFOs, MJ-12, and much more. And Wilson then went on a 2-month journey, essentially, to find this program, actually found several of them, and in the one in particular that he tried to get access to was denied and was essentially told, you do not have a need to know. He said, well, I'll complain up the chain of command. They said, fine, be our guest, chain, complain all you want. It won't get you anywhere. Wilson did, and he was threatened with his career. He was very angry about it. And shortly after that, did become head of the DIA and head of intelligence for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This is 1997. And then retired from government service in 2002. Shortly after that happened, he, according to the notes that are dated October 16, 2002, he met with Dr. Eric Davis of the National Institute for Discovery Science, an employee of Robert Bigelow, a colleague of people like Dr. Hal Puthoff and Colm Kelleher and Dr. Christopher Green and Edgar Mitchell, and interviewed Thomas Wilson about this entire event. And Wilson gave a detailed interview. Those notes, 2 pages of which I was shown in 2006, but they were not available to the public until after Edgar Mitchell died in 2016. And eventually, by 2019, they had made their way out in full form. And we have been reeling ever since. So that's the basic story of the Wilson document. It's important because the implications obviously are of seminal importance, which is you have a high-level government official who had confirmed to him the genuine existence of a program run by a private contractor to the military, deep black budget to reverse or to try to reverse engineer presumably alien technology. And he was denied access. So that's the basic story. Huge implications. Now, Mr. X, thank you for your patience. Please take it away.
Okay, no problem at all. Problem at all. Before we get too deep into this, there's something I'd like to say
Hmm.
to anybody that might be listening that's in a position of authority. The vast majority of people named in this document are still alive. They are still with us. There's a couple that have passed away, but the majority of them are alive. Even many of the people who are not specifically named, like the members of the leadership team of the senior review group that threatened Admiral Wilson's career, are still alive. If we're ever going to get to the bottom of this, we need congressional hearings on this topic so all these people who are still alive can be summoned to give their testimony. I mean, the fact of the matter is these people are getting older. For example, someone that we'll be talking about who had knowledge of these programs, former Secretary of Defense William Perry, who
Yes.
helped Admiral Wilson find this. I think he's in his 90s. These people are not going to be around much longer, realistically. Also, with the coronavirus going around and spiking and getting worse and worse every day, I hope not. I hope these people stay away from the coronavirus. I hope they're taking all the precautions they can, but that could affect one of these witnesses. So if we want to get to the bottom of this, if we want to get the truth, we need to hurry up and have congressional hearings about this. I would just like to ask Marco Rubio or others in Congress or their staffers that might be listening to, for the good of our species, for the good of our planet, put everything else aside when it comes to UAPs and sightings of UFOs in the sky or sightings by pilots, and focus on getting the truth about this document, these rogue, illegal special access programs, and crash recoveries in general, because by doing so, you will get to the pay dirt of this whole subject. You will cut through all the nonsense and get to the root and the heart of the issue. And I just wanted to stress that because, 1,000 new UAP videos doesn't hold a candle to a single crashed extraterrestrial vehicle with bodies.
Good
So
point.
I just wanted to start off with that.
I agree with that, and I actually really want to second that suggestion, which is that congressional hearings. It's so easy for us to think, "Oh, Congress, they're useless," and often they really are useless. But they are still, technically speaking, the useless tool of the American people. They belong to us, and I think congressional hearings, absolutely, that's one of the things that they're there for. And the implications of what are contained in this document, these notes by Dr. Eric Davis, are of profound significance. And you're going to tell us why now, doing a dive into these documents, just why they're so valuable and how they can lead into fruitful areas of research, I would say.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, and one thing before I go into the background of, before even the initial meeting between Dr. Stephen Greer and his group and Admiral Wilson, is that one crashed extraterrestrial spacecraft is a treasure trove of technology. There would be 100 different systems on the craft that would be light years ahead of us. And it could be worth trillions. And these special access programs and the corporations that manage them want to hoard all of this away from humanity as a whole, hide it from the elected representatives on this planet, hide it from all humanity, and keep it for themselves. And that is what our congressmen and senators need to wake up to. There are people who are willing to sequester this at the cost, of the future of their species. And, that's really what it comes down to. Either we oppose them and, get to the truth, even if it offends some people, or we just give up, because if we don't, go on the offensive, and if their, leaders in this country don't really stand up and do what's necessary, regardless of the risk, we're never going to get to the truth. There'll be another 40 or 50 years of, this cover up. Maybe it'll be 2 more generations before any of it ever comes to light. But by then, all the evidence of the crash recoveries in the, 40s and 50s and 60s could all be gone. They could have destroyed it.
Well said. I agree with you. And by the way, I originally came into this interview thinking we're going to try to get this done in a concise 1-hour format. And I can see already that's probably not going to happen. And I'm just throwing in the towel now so that we can just cover everything that we
Okay.
need to cover. And I want to do this right.
Okay.
I want to do this thoroughly. I'm hoping that we're still going to be able to explain some of the complex arcana that are in this document in a clear way to listeners so they can actually follow along. And I think that you can do that.
Yep. So to get to the background of this,
And I want people to know we're going to have a link to this document. There are a number of places where this document exists. I think the simplest thing here on this YouTube video is I'll have a link to on my website. I have a free page here from June of 2019 where I've got all 15 pages of this document that are available for anyone just to read along. So I'll have that available for listeners.
oh, righty, that sounds great.
Okay.
So to get into the background of what happened even before the initial meeting, a couple weeks before the Pentagon briefing in 1997, before it took place, Dr. Stephen Greer sent a briefing package of documents to Admiral Thomas Ray Wilson, and included in this package of documents was a leaked NRO, National Reconnaissance Office, security alert for Area 51 that had code names including MAJ Ops, that's MAJ, and Magi Ops. And of course, the obvious thing most people in ufology would recognize is that sounds very close to magic or majestic.
Right.
And according to Dr. Stephen Greer, this prompted Admiral Wilson to start looking for the related special access programs, even before the official meeting. And now the actual meeting took place on April 9th, 1997. And Dr. Stephen Greer of the Disclosure Project, his assistant, the late Sherry Adamiak, who was a very nice person. I've listened to her speak years and years ago on the internet. The late astronaut Edgar Mitchell, the sixth man to walk on the moon, Commander Willard Miller, and one other individual. I don't recall his name. I think he had been a staffer. I think it was to Eisenhower or something to that effect.
He was a brigadier general in the State National Guard, and
was it Lumpkin?
Yes, Stephen Lufkin.
That was him. Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
They went to the Pentagon to provide, Admiral Thomas Ray Wilson, who was actually the Vice J2, and that really means that he was the head of the Intelligence Directorate for the Joint Staff. He wasn't actually the J2; he was the Vice J2, the head of the DIA, who we'll be talking about later on in this document. He was the actual J2, but it was the Vice J2, Thomas Ray Wilson, who actually wrote up all the reports for the Joint Chiefs of Staff about every intelligence issue imaginable, any threat against their military around the world. He would have to write up briefings for them about it. Anyway, so
Wilson was really doing a lot of the daily operational work for that office.
Yes, exactly. He was basically the person who, he was probably worked to death. He was extremely busy because the DIA, he's the public face, but, Wilson was the individual who did all the grunt work, who did all the writing. I would hate to have been in his shoes because he probably barely had time to sleep with everything going on in the world. So anyway, with this briefing, this team with, Dr. Stephen Greer went to the Pentagon. It had actually been set up by Commander Willard Miller, who had been communicating with Admiral Wilson for some time. And if you go online to ufojoe.net, you can find a letter that he sent Admiral Wilson in 1995, offering him a briefing about the UFO topic. So it proves that Admiral Wilson did indeed have an interest in this.
We can just add, this is really important because this is only something that was uncovered recently. Person who found it was on Stephen Greer's website, but it was kind of unknown. People were not talking about it until James Ian Dolan, who's another of these researchers diving into this. He found it, It was in a very kind of a fuzzy but ultimately readable condition, and Juliana Marinkovic did the legwork of making it a little more clear for everyone to see. But it's very obvious that he did a very thorough, accurate job of it, and it simply proves, this is really important here, that Wilson and Miller had at least 2 years of history of talking about UFOs, because in this letter by Miller, he's referencing people like Philip Corso Jr., and he's referencing UFOs and Stephen Greer's, all of his UFO reference in the letter. So when Wilson said to me personally, I spoke to Wilson back in 2006, and he said to other people as well that he had no interest in UFOs, and that the only reason he agreed to the meeting was because of the stature of astronaut Edgar Mitchell. That's absolutely not true. That is absolutely not true. And we have to just make that. This is not to impugn Admiral Wilson's character at all, but it is simply to point out that that denial is clearly, measurably not true.
Oh, absolutely. It's not true. It's a total farce. It's, doesn't match with the reality that we know from the facts in front of us. But to go on, Dr. Greer, he was the one to actually give the stand-up official briefing to Admiral Wilson. It was actually a modified version of a presentation he had previously made for CIA Director James Woolsey. And there's evidence, that Dr. Greer did indeed have a meeting with James Woolsey. And basically the presentation, was about UFOs, crash recovery, special access programs, reverse engineering, I should say successful reverse engineering of UFO technology. And it was so compelling, the length of the meeting was extended. According to Dr. Stephen Greer, it was extended, and that Admiral Wilson actually canceled a couple additional appointments because he wanted, to hear more. So that shows that he had more than just a, very vague interest in this. He was really serious about learning what was going on.
It's worth mentioning, you probably would be getting to this anyway, but before this whole thing blew up in 2019 when the document leaked out, a lot of us were talking about the briefing. I talked about it because I learned about it in 2006, but Greer and Miller talked about it in a variety of venues and interviews, one of which is available on YouTube. I think, is it from 2013, I believe, around that time. And they're talking to each other about that very meeting, not in the context of Eric Davis's notes, but they said, yeah, the meeting happened, and Wilson was very, very interested.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen that video. It's very good. I would urge people to look it up. But Dr. Stephen Greer has also given some more recent interviews where, not with Miller, in the same interview, but where Dr. Greer basically, gives his account of the meeting and everything that happened and everything that transpired. One thing he said with Jimmy Church on Fade to Black Radio, I think this was from an interview last year, not that long after these documents leaked. He actually, Dr. Stephen Greer, and I believe him, that he said Admiral Wilson actually gave him a green light to go ahead with the disclosure project and to try and expose these illicit black programs. And he gave a quote that Admiral Wilson said, now this is according to Stephen Greer, that Admiral Wilson said, if you have the ability to pull that together, meaning the disclosure project and all these efforts to get to the truth, you have my blessing, do it. Mm-hmm. So he wanted the truth to come out about this.
I happen to agree with you in that this is likely. And it's simply when you read the context, the content of the notes from the interview that Davis did with Wilson in 2002, you could see Wilson was very angry over this level of secrecy. It's one thing to have secrets, but it's another to have secrets that are so far removed from responsible government officials that you're essentially dealing with rogue programs. And then the other is, I imagine we will get to, which is the recent revelation from a gentleman named Dr. Bob McGuire, who actually had access to seeing a letter by Wilson written, signed, actually, not just an email, signed by Admiral Wilson from either late '04 or early '05. Are you going to talk about that later?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm going to
Yeah.
talk about that. And it was not an email. It was actually a letter transported from what he could tell by a secure courier to the recipient. And we will get to that because it's very important, because he claims, and Bob McGuire is an extremely credible individual with an amazing career. He's a brilliant man. He has had extensive dealings with the Department of Defense, with various intelligence agencies. He is extremely credible, and he would not make something like this up. There's no possible way. And I will talk about it more in detail in a little bit, because I actually have permission from him to share a couple small additional nuggets about it that
fantastic
not revealed publicly yet, but we will be revealing tonight. And what I was just going to say is that that letter he saw is additional evidence that Admiral Wilson, even after his meeting with Eric Davis, still had an interest in these programs. So let's try to move on, because we're going to be getting to all of that.
Good.
So back to the meeting in the Pentagon with Dr. Stephen Greer, Edgar Mitchell, Sherry Adamak, Miller, and the whole team. Now, what's very interesting about that meeting, although this is not specifically indicated in the Eric Davis notes or the Admiral Wilson document that we're talking about, is that this is according to Stephen Greer and Miller, that one of Admiral Thomas Wilson's staffers informed them during the Pentagon meeting that they had already discovered Majestic 12. That's right, that already discovered Majestic 12 was real, using the information from the leaked National Reconnaissance Office. Remember the one that listed MAG Ops and Magi Ops? And this document is available if you go to Dr. Greer's Sirius Project website. There's a link where you can see a bunch of different documents of evidence, and it's on there. It should be titled something like NRO Memo. And you'll read it where it lists MAG and Magi as, program names at Area 51. And at the Pentagon briefing, this aide or staffer that worked for Admiral Wilson told them that they had found Majestic 12, and when they asked, for information, they were told the Joint Chiefs of Staff do not have a need to know. And so, to me, I find that an extremely terrifying statement, that there's an organization that believes that the decision makers for the military, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, do not have a right to know about extraterrestrial species in godlike vehicles zipping around the atmosphere of our planet. That is terrifying, because they are the ones who would have the greatest need to know. But again, these special access programs in Majestic, or whatever else it's named today, because the name could have changed several times, that they feel they have a right to sequester all this information away from the military. So that right there should wake people up. That should.
There's a brief mention or indirect mention of that fact in the notes, actually, as I recall. But it's not spelled out in the kind of detail that you're giving here.
Oh yeah, it's not spelled out that it was admitted to Greer during the Pentagon briefing.
Right.
It's just mentioned that later on, Admiral Wilson told Miller that he had found MJ-12 when he was, explaining the overall situation of him looking up the contractors and so forth.
Yeah.
So basically now I think we need to move on to the provenance of this document.
Yes.
This is a real document. It was legally acquired from the files of the late astronaut Edgar Mitchell, who was the sixth man to walk on the moon. And I just want to mention this too about Dr. Mitchell. He received a number of different awards in his life. That included the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the United States Navy Distinguished Service Medal, the NASA Distinguished Service Medal, and the NASA Group Achievement Award, which he received 3 times. You can't get any more credible than Edgar Mitchell. He's a national hero. And so this document came from his files. Originally, though, it probably was written, we know it was written by Eric Davis, but it was probably written on the date it was written is at the top of the document, 10/16/02 or October 16th, 2002. From there, we know that it was distributed confidentially to some of Dr. Eric Davis's closest colleagues who explicitly trusted, many of them who we know held security clearances, SCI clearances. Many of them had intelligence backgrounds. The 2 individuals I'm most confident that he shared it with were most likely Dr. Harold Putoff, who either was at the time or would eventually become his employer at Earth Tech in Austin, and obviously Dr. Edgar Mitchell. I mean, it makes perfect sense that he would share it with Edgar Mitchell because Edgar Mitchell had been a science advisor to the same organization Eric Davis had worked for, the National Institute of Discovery Science, also called NIDS, under Robert Bigelow. Also, we know that Edgar Mitchell had been involved in this whole story since the beginning at the Pentagon. He was at the meeting. So it would just make sense to tell him about this document in this meeting with Admiral Wilson.
Well, can we just can I offer my hypothesis as to how this whole thing actually formulated, and then you can continue on. So
sure, go ahead.
What basically happened is, or I think what exactly happened is that the briefing happened. Miller, who clearly, Navy Commander Will Miller was clearly the driving force of this, was the one who was in touch with Wilson after the fact and learned through Wilson that Wilson was denied access to the program that he and Greer were telling him about. And Miller then obviously told Greer and almost just as obviously told Mitchell, because they were with him at the meeting. I'm sure they were all on very cordial terms, and Miller simply reported back. And through Mitchell, that's when you reached the whole NIDS crowd, because Mitchell was part of the National Institute of Discovery Science, along with Eric Davis, along with Hal Puthoff, along with Dr. Kit Green, Colm Kelleher, and others, and Bigelow himself. So that was the conduit. And clearly what happened is that after Wilson finally retired from government service, that group, which it's obvious that they were not in touch with Stephen Greer. Greer had his own information, but he wasn't, it doesn't seem that he was communicating with them. But they decided they were going to send one of their own, Davis, to interview Wilson and to get a detailed understanding of what happened. Because really, probably what they only got through Miller to Mitchell was something much more generic and vague, I've no doubt. And so they sent Davis to get a deeper understanding of what exactly happened. And this whole thing was only supposed to happen for this very restricted group. And you can get into probably why Wilson even agreed to meet with Davis, because they had mutual contact, Oak Shannon, who gave him the bona fides. But that's, I think, how the whole thing happened. Do you agree with that scenario?
Well, I do agree with that completely, but there's one little nuance I want to point out. I think this is important due to there's a website online that has a listing of all the different interviews that Edgar Mitchell gave about this topic. And there's a quote that recently was dug out of one of those interviews that's been talked about recently. And in this quote, Edgar Mitchell claims it was Greer who got the phone call from Admiral Wilson. But that is not correct. It's just that, I want to point this out, Edgar Mitchell didn't want to throw Willard Miller under the bus. It was easier in this interview for Edgar Mitchell to say Greer received the call because Willard Miller had already, according, the way Admiral Wilson felt, according to what we're going to read in this document, Admiral Wilson already felt betrayed by Willard Miller because Willard Miller shared, what he was told by Admiral Wilson to Stephen Greer. So I want to point that out. That's why there's this, apparent contradiction with this document. The reality is that it was Admiral Wilson called Miller, not Greer. So I just wanted to point that little detail out.
I'm glad you brought that out.
So basically, I really want to skip ahead just a little bit so we can try to get through this. Let's move ahead to Edgar Mitchell's passing, his death. He died on February 4th, 2016, at the age of 85. This was many years after the meeting with Admiral Wilson and Eric Davis. And after he died, a very close friend of his acquired the documents legally from the family. They were not stolen. They were not, taken without the permission. They were legally acquired from the family. I'd like to state here that this individual, for the time, wishes to remain anonymous, but I want to say that he's a true hero. He really did something wonderful by having the foresight to save these files. What some people may not know is that Edgar Mitchell's family had zero interest in saving any of his personal archive from his time at NIDS or his UFO research or his research into consciousness. They just had no interest in it whatsoever.
It's really interesting. And when this was all exploding a little over a year ago, I was under a lot of pressure to try to give up more information because I was quite prominent in talking about this document as authentic, and there were people who didn't believe that, and they said, well, where's this from? And all that we could do is really give them the name of the second link in the chain, and that's James Rigney of Australia, who knows directly the original link in the chain. And as you're saying, this original person still does not want publicity. And there are those of us who know his name, we know who he is, but he wants and requires his own anonymity. And it's just one of these things that makes it a little bit of a difficulty in confirming the document to the level of satisfaction that some people want, but that is the reality of the situation.
Well, I'll just say that this individual does exist. He's a real person. He's been privately confirmed to be exactly who he claimed to be, exactly who, James Rigney, which we'll be talking about soon, exactly who he claimed this guy was. It's completely verified that he did get it from Edgar Mitchell's estate. He
was close to the family. He was close to Mitchell himself.
He was an extremely close friend of Edgar Mitchell. And I think it's just amazing that he had the foresight to step in and rescue these documents from literally being tossed into a dumpster.
That's right.
And this is the most important piece of evidence we've ever had to expose the UFO cover-up, to expose the whole narrative, of how these programs operate and how they basically get members of the DOD to do their bidding, to become complicit in the cover-up. So I'm so glad that he saved them. I also want to say that, this individual, I want to be careful what I say here because I don't want to break any confidences. But, I know someone who has been through every single document this individual rescued. And this is someone that's not James Rigney. This is yet another individual. Mm-hmm. Okay. And this individual has confirmed that this guy was a friend of Edgar Mitchell. He's exactly who he said he was. There's documents with Edgar Mitchell's signature on them in these boxes of documents from Edgar Mitchell's estate. He could not have hoaxed this. Okay. He could not have just concocted this stash of documents. Okay. These are boxes and boxes of documents, of all kinds. Most of them are not UFO related. Some of them are. And there's all kinds of things in there, personal, documents, all kinds of stuff that he legally obtained from the family. So this is real. There's no gap, when it comes to the chain of custody. We know the chain of custody. So I just wanted to repeat that. Now, to get back to the narrative, to the timeline here, at some point, James Rigney, who you've interviewed, he's a space and UFO enthusiast. And I'd like to note, because he's asked me to repeat this, that he's not a UFO researcher. He doesn't want to be called a UFO researcher. He prefers to identify himself as a space and UFO enthusiast. He was told about these documents from Edgar Mitchell's estate by this individual who rescued them. Then James Rigney arranged with this individual to acquire the documents and look through them. Right. Now, it was important that he looked through them because the individual who rescued them was not a UFO researcher. He may have had some casual interest, but he was not aware of, all the nuances to the UFO cover-up and what to look for, what would be important, what wouldn't be important. He didn't have a clue. So it was important to have someone with some knowledge, like James, to look through these boxes and see if there was anything important. And amazingly, pretty early on, James found, among a couple others, which are very important that have been posted online, the Admiral Thomas Wilson document, or Eric W. Davis notes, what we're speaking about tonight. Now, he looks at this document, and James is trying to figure out what to do with it, who to show it to, because it's so important. It's, the contents are just so stunning. And James Rigney frequents UFO conferences and space conferences in the United States. So he ended up attending Paulo Harris's Star Works convention, which was held, I believe, in Sedona, somewhere in the Southwest. I think it was Sedona in the United States in November of 2018. And Grant Cameron has told this story several times about how the convention was basically over, and at the last minute, he heard that James Rigney needed, 10 minutes of his time to show him something. Right. He was in a rush, had to go across state to attend this dinner these people were making for his group. And so at the last minute, he agreed to see James Rigney. And immediately, when he looked at a digital version of it on like an iPad or whatever, he recognized the significance of the document because the name Oak Shannon was on one of the first pages we looked at. And Oak Shannon, who, was a former Navy, I believe he was, he was a Navy officer. I'm thinking he was a scientist. I'm not 100% sure, but he was a former Navy officer. He was an attendee of the Advanced Theoretical Physics Working Group in the 1980s. And we're going to talk about that more later on. And so Grant
For
Cameron
people who don't know, just a really quick thing. That group was run by John Alexander out of the Pentagon, and it was kind of an independent attempt led by Alexander with people like Oak Shannon and others, including Hal Puthoff, including people like Bob Wood and a number of others, to kind of create their own UFO working group, as it were. And it has been written about in a few different places, and it was very interesting. And Oak Shannon was part of that.
Yes, he was part of that. And what's interesting, too, is Grant Cameron knew about it, his name, and recognized it instantly because I forgot who it was, but somebody had transferred him Oak Shannon's notes from the meetings at McLean Secure Facility, where the Advanced Theoretical Physics Working Group actually met. And so he had that. So that's how he knew that it was significant. Shortly thereafter, from what I can tell and what I've heard, the full document was transferred to Grant, and it just blew him away. He talked about how he was in bed at night getting cold sweats because it was the most significant document he had ever read in his entire extensive career. And remember, Grant Cameron came up in ufology in the 70s alongside people like Stanton Friedman, who passed away not that long ago. So Grant Cameron's been in this game for a very long time, And to give someone like Grant Cameron, a veteran UFO researcher, cold sweats in the middle of the night, that tells you how important this document is. And it freaked him out so badly. He told his assistant that, you know what, we're going to post this or, publish this as the last chapter in the sequel to his book, Managing Magic. But he was going to publish it with every last name in the document redacted, blacked out. So it would have been nothing like what we have today. It would have been basically castrated, is what I would call the version that he would have published. But he ended up, hesitating even doing that because he had a lot of concerns. He knew some of these people in the document that are mentioned. And he was afraid that, he didn't want to throw them under the bus, so to speak. That term is used a lot, that phrase. And so he hesitated, but he was privately giving it out to a few people. He mentions he does not name the individual, but he privately gave it to a Department of Defense contact that he was speaking to. And he also at some point distributed it to a couple of the young guns, so to speak, of ufology. That's a term he came up with for some of the younger members of the UFO community. And so basically time went by and he had been talking about it, hinting at the document in his YouTube videos and his lectures. But at some point, and Grant Cameron believes that he knows who did this, the document, the Admiral Wilson document, was posted to an image hosting website. And then the link to that image hosting website was posted on Reddit by, an anonymous individual. And it sat there for weeks, maybe even over a month, just completely unnoticed by the UFO community until its presence was eventually announced on Twitter. And then all of a sudden, everything started happening. And then the discussions just started raging. And so that's basically the chain of custody and how the UFO community got this document.
Right.
So you have any questions before I move on?
No. I'm glad that you were able to do that and explain it the way that you did. The Twitter feed, actually, I wasn't aware that it was circulating on Twitter till much later, but I caught it in one of the email threads that come to my mailbox, and I could see that people were now talking about it. This was, I guess, June. I wrote my first piece on it June 9th, and I think that had to be the day because I remembered thinking once this is out, because I had been shown this leak not through the Reddit link, but through the Imgur site. Yeah. You can't really do searches on that. It doesn't work like that. So someone had sent me an anonymous Proton Mail email that just all that it had was the leak, and that was in April of 2019. So actually I had access to it for about a month and a half before it leaked out to the world. And like Grant, I was really thinking to myself, how do I do this? I don't know how Grant might never have leaked it out. I think, we talked about it a couple of times during that period, and his remark was, well, now you're in the same box I've been in. But I had no intention of staying in that box indefinitely. And I can just say my intention was that document was going to come out one way or another. I just didn't want to be the one to do it. I really didn't, because there were people in there that I knew, and I, like Grant, didn't want to throw them under the bus. But I also thought, if no one else is going to publicize this, then I will do it. Like, I was determined. I just didn't have a deadline set, but I know that I would have done it. But then I didn't have to. It was already leaked out, and then I did a YouTube video on it, and that actually really got the publicity on that going for the first time.
Yep, absolutely.
That's what happened.
Yeah, I remember that video you made, and that really started even more discussion about this document.
Right.
And I really want to start talking for a few minutes on the authenticity of this document. Simply put, this document is real. It's not fake. It's not a movie script. It's not something Eric Davis wrote up, out of his, imagination to impress his colleagues. No, it's a real document. And for anyone to say otherwise is just beyond absurd. I mean, I'll be blunt with that. It's stupidity to try and deny the reality of this.
I have to agree completely with you here, and I'm not going to get into any names at this point. I don't want to start having fights with some of these obstinate skeptics about the document, but one of them I was speaking to privately who said to me, well, I think Davis did write it, but I think he was just making up a story. And I used some colorful language in this private conversation, but I said, are you out of your ever-loving mind? Like, what is wrong? How do you think Davis is just going to be making up a story for people like Putoff, people like Green, people like Bigelow, just for fun? He's going to make up his own little movie script and send it out to them, to Mitchell. I mean, it is absurd.
But Dr. Eric Davis has given an account of his time at Skinwalker Ranch, and he talked about his interactions with Bigelow. Do you realize Bigelow would have had his hide if he had made this up and, claimed it was real?
Exactly.
I mean, Bigelow is a serious, no nonsense type of guy, and doesn't want his time wasted at all. And Putoff is a very serious researcher. Putoff has been doing absolutely serious, hardcore research into this whole field, not just UFOs, but remote viewing and consciousness and exotic technologies for decades and decades, going back into the 70s. And there's no way Eric Davis would insult his closest colleagues and his employers by faking something like this and trying to present it as a real document. That would just be a nightmare. And also here's the thing.
It's absurd.
Yeah. Is a plain spoken person. If you listen to his interviews, you realize he doesn't tolerate nonsense. Okay. And if he thinks something is false, he says so plainly. He's not the kind of person to fake anything. These people at the time in NIDS were doing serious research. They were striving hard to get down to what's called ground truth, to get through all the noise, to get through all the speculation, and find out what the truth was about this phenomenon. So it would have been the opposite of what they were trying to do for this document.
Absolutely.
To have just been faked. It's stupid. But the next reason I want to say why this document, we just know it's authentic, is because, no one in any of these groups, NIDS to the Sturge Academy, are denying the reality of this document, not even Eric Davis. There have been several oddly worded non-denials that have been issued by these individuals. And they're obviously intended to confirm that it's real, just because of how awkwardly they're worded. I mean, they're beyond bizarre, in my opinion. So, that confirms it. I mean, they're not really even denials. There's people on the internet now that are saying, well, the UFO community gets a denial and they consider it a confirmation. Well, these are not denials. A denial is, no, it's a piece of bunk. It's not real. It's fake. Move on, you moron. No, these are not what these people are saying. It's very carefully crafted statements, usually reminding the UFO community that they retain security clearances and that there are consequences for discussing classified information that can contain core secrets. So these are not just denials. They are carefully crafted statements that basically confirm, it's their way of saying, yes, it's real, without actually using those words and potentially putting their security clearances at risk.
Absolutely.
But also, they are actually leaking out some statements that are very, very interesting, leaking them out accidentally, I believe. For example, I just want to say that, during a talk titled DOD Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon, the backstory, the forward story that Harold Putoff gave at Berkeley Springs Transition Talks on February 8th, 2020, after this long lecture near the end of an extensive series of questions and answers. He was asked about the, Admiral Wilson document, and you could tell he was exhausted on the stage. He's not a young man. He had been standing for a long time. It was a huge crowd. And he had given an excellent presentation that required a lot of focus. So obviously he was a little fatigued. which I would have been fatigued, you know. But he made this statement in response to a question about the Admiral Wilson document. So I'm quoting now, Harold Putoff. That is a question about the Wilson documents. They probably got leaked on the internet. And Wilson was one of the Joint Chiefs of Staff interviewed by my senior scientist colleague, Eric Davis. Since it discusses potentially ongoing programs, I have no comment. Now, unquote. Let me repeat the most critical portion of that again, of what he said. So, quote, and Wilson was one of the Joint Chiefs of Staff interviewed by my senior scientist colleague, Eric Davis. So basically, he's admitting that Eric Davis interviewed Admiral Wilson. There's, no other way to look at that. To be fair to Putoff, I want to say that, yes, he later denied that he was officially admitting to the authenticity of the document. And he claimed that he was just repeating the question that he was asked because the room was very noisy. But I don't buy that. His statement was extremely clear, extremely specific. And as far as I'm concerned, he has admitted that this document is real and that Eric Davis really did interview Admiral Wilson. And realistically, for anyone who looks at this statement objectively, there's no way he can take this back.
Well, may I offer my own take on it? Because I was the one who immediately asked Hal Putoff about that after he made that statement. And I asked him the same thing. I said, did you just confirm the authenticity of this document? And the thing about him, Hal Putoff is a very, very careful man. He words everything he says on everything with ultra precision, and he's quite expert at not revealing more than he wants to reveal. Now, I agree with you in that, if you just listen to the transcript of what he said, it seems to me exactly as you say as well, that he was just putting it out there and saying, yep, this is it. He said to me, no, I was simply restating the question. And I didn't want to argue with him because I respect him and I like him, but I don't think that I was fully convinced of that either. And I just kind of let it go with him. But it did seem to me that maybe he was just tired. I think maybe that was it. But on the other hand, it's not like him under any circumstances, as far as I know, to let his guard down. So I'm of two minds about that. That's all.
Here's the thing. We know this document is real from all the other evidence. And when we combine that with, the specific statement he made, he wasn't just repeating the question. That is just absurd. And I understand. I'm not mad at him about this. I'm not upset with him about this because from his point of view, he's trying to protect himself and he's trying, to do what he thinks is required,
right.
Ensure he keeps his clearance. But, looking at this rationally with everything else we know, it's just obvious he wasn't repeating the question and he was tired. He was exhausted and he let this slip out. That's just, my view of this. And I think it is the most rational way to view this.
I think it's entirely likely. I think it's entirely possible. Yeah.
Well, now to move on, I want to talk about another piece of evidence we have that confirms this document is real. Melinda Leslie, she's a UFO researcher. She's an alien abductee, and I believe she really is. And she's a MILAB victim, a military abduction victim. And we know that she's actually had a, meeting with Jim Simivan. He's the vice president of To the Stars Academy. And she has had at least one in-person meeting with him and his wife. And she's had multiple phone calls with Jim Simivan. And she has given a public account in the past. And she's repeated this on a few different programs about how she called Jim Simivan and asked him specifically about this document. And basically, he issued like a 20-minute oddly worded non-denial of this document.
I think she even said it was, didn't she say 43 minutes? I think she had it exactly.
I think she's given I think she talked, it was like a 43-minute phone call, but I want
okay.
to say that she,
right, okay.
But, they discussed this document for 20 minutes. And during that 20 minutes, she gave him multiple opportunities to disavow it. In every way she could word it, she was trying to give him a window to just say it's fake, it's not real.
And he did not do it.
And he would not do it. And she just, the only real detail of exactly what he said was that, he repeated that some of them have security clearances and that they are not allowed to speak about potentially ongoing classified programs when you're holding a security clearance. And he did not deny it. He did not say it wasn't real. He just continued to basically wiggle around the issue. And if this was not a real document, he would have just said, nope, it's not real. Move on. There's better stuff to look at. But he did not say that, because this document is real and he knows it, and everyone at To the Stars Academy knows it.
It's important to keep this point stressed, which is that, a number of the very obstinate skeptics about this document are continually saying, well, they've denied. And the fact is, no one has denied it. No one has denied it. Wilson is the only one who has actually, to my knowledge, actively denied certain things. Like he said, well, I wouldn't recognize Eric Davis if I met him, and things like this. He's made many absolute denials, but no one. But of course, you would expect that with him, because he's, of all of these people involved, he's truly the only one with direct connection to the program. So everything else is, another step removed. So Wilson presumably has a much more stringent set of rules and protocols that he has to live by in order to kind of keep going in this. So one would think he has to make active denials, but no one else has made any active denial of this document.
And also, I want to point out something else, and I'm not pointing a finger at you, because members of To the Stars Academy have talked to multiple researchers, and you have actually stated before that from one individual in To the Stars, you received a public answer and then a private confidential answer, which you could not share.
Well, it wasn't from To the Stars. It was Kit Green, who is close to those people.
He's part of their extended network. He worked with them exclusively, very closely in the past. He was involved in Putoff's remote viewing work. All this stuff that happened in the 70s. Right. And
Green and Putoff have been very close for many, many years. That's true. You could maybe call Green an honorary member. I don't think he would agree with that, by the way. I think he's quite critical of a lot of the things that they do, but he is, for the record, he is the one who gave me an official and unofficial answer to the authenticity of the Wilson document. And I'll only add, his official answer was true to Kit Green's form, because he is an ultra precise, exact man in everything that he says. His statement was, well, the fact that I've seen it, the fact that I have opinions about it, I don't have it in front of me, but he said, the fact that I've seen it and whatever I think about it doesn't matter, because I'm not prepared to, I'm not able to talk about its authenticity, and I can't do that, and I won't do that. And then he gave me an unofficial answer, which I've said many times lasted for about 20 minutes, and which I agreed I wouldn't say what that unofficial answer was, but I am allowed to say that he gave me an unofficial answer. And the only thing that I'm just saying is, after all of that, I clearly have never changed my opinion that this is an authentic document. So I'm leaving it at that, because out of respect. But the other thing that I should add, which adds to the authenticity of this, is when the Wilson document wasn't the only document of significance that leaked out of the Edgar Mitchell estate. The other main one that caught a lot of attention at the time was the so-called alien autopsy email thread. And I'm not here to talk about whatever the authenticity or not of that alien autopsy, the Ray Santilli thing was, but the fact is that same group of people In other words, Green, Davis, Combe Kelleher, Putoff, all of them are on this email thread, John Alexander as well. And they were talking about the authenticity of that. And when that came out, I asked Kit Green, because there were people saying, well, that's fake. That's not a real thing. First question I asked Kit Green about relating to that email thread is it authentic? And his answer was absolutely, it's authentic. So he completely confirmed the authenticity of that. And that, came out with the with the Wilson notes. So, I mean, I just tell people with reasonable intellect, do the math here, figure it out.
And there are multiple researchers, at least one in addition to James Rigney, who have seen the whole collection of these documents that came from Edgar Mitchell's estate. So there's no doubt about this. The alien autopsy email is just one out of many, many documents. And I'm not going to say they're all UFO related, but out of a huge collection of documents, that's just one of them.
Can I ask you?
Go ahead.
Because I am not one of those people who's seen the whole collection at all. And, many of us have been curious about the quality of the remainder of the documents that are there. The impression, or what limited information I got, is that there aren't too many other really earth-shattering documents in there. Have you been able to get a sense of the quality of what are the remainder of these documents?
There's interesting stuff that's not been published yet. That's interesting. That would probably be interesting to different people that specialize in different segments of ufology. Mm-hmm. However, I would say that from what I can gather, the Admiral Wilson document is probably the most important document.
Okay.
In the whole collection.
This is what I was led to understand also.
And I also just wanted to say one other thing, going back briefly to the whole public answer, private answer thing. I just wanted to say there are multiple other researchers who have gotten private answers. And just like you, it did not change their position in support of this document. So you're not alone. That's the main point I was trying to make. Members of To the Stars Academy and people connected, in this network have made statements to people, public and then a private one. And the private one doesn't negate their, confidence in the authenticity of this document whatsoever. So I just wanted to state that.
So can we jump into the document itself? And I think we're pretty good with the authenticity of this.
Well, there's a couple other major things that have came out recently. We really have to get into, because, for example, this is an older piece of evidence, but we really need to go through this. This is from an interview that Edgar Mitchell had with Larry King on July 4th, 2008. And I'm going to read this quote from Edgar Mitchell. Well, I eventually went to the Pentagon and asked for a meeting with the Intelligence Committee of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which I got with another naval officer who had many similar experience, and we told their story. And this gentleman, a vice admiral, said to us, well, I don't know about that, but I'm going to find out. Now, I'm going to stop this quote for a second before I continue. So this is proof from Edgar Mitchell himself that Admiral Wilson had an interest in this subject, and he was going to find out. This is in direct contradiction to some of his denials, where he acts like he was only begrudgingly allowing them to have the meeting. Instead, we know here from Edgar Mitchell, a national American hero, a very credible man, that Admiral Wilson was going to find out about the truth about these programs. So
Good
now
point.
Continue with this quote. And called a few weeks later, he's talking about, Admiral Wilson calling now. So, and called a few weeks later and said he had found the source of the black budget funding for this project, and that he was going to subsequently investigate, because if it was real, he should know about it. As a matter of fact, He should actually be in charge. Those were his words, unquote.
This is Mitchell in 2008.
Yes, in 2008 on Larry King Live. And now the most important part of what he said on the show is next. And this has direct relevance. So, quote, and so we did get calls from some time later and a report much later than that he had found the people responsible for the cover-up and for the people who were in the know and were told, I'm sorry, Admiral, you do not have the need to know here, and so goodbye. Unquote.
The report much later than that. That's clearly Davis's notes from 2002.
Yes, there's no doubt about
That's right. Yeah, he's actually referring to the notes there.
And now this is something else that was found just a few days ago. This was an interview that H Plus magazine conducted with Edgar Mitchell from
this is important, yeah.
Yep, from October 18th, 2010. So this is again with Edgar Mitchell, the sixth man to walk on the moon. Someone give this quote from Edgar Mitchell. Subsequently, another contact of mine, who must also remain nameless because he's on classified programs, encountered the Admiral in Las Vegas, where he had been looking for and trying to get into the so-called strategic access program around the UFO incident and had been denied. So right here, we know that one of Edgar Mitchell's associates, who must have been Eric Davis, met with the Admiral in Las Vegas. Unless you believe something as idiotic as this document being an amateur movie script, which obviously it's not, it does not look like that at all, then this makes it clear that the meeting between Eric Davis and Admiral Wilson did indeed happen. Let me read this little bit of this quote one more time because it's so important to this, because it completely refutes Admiral Wilson's denials. Subsequently, another contact of mine, who must also remain nameless because he's on classified programs, encountered the Admiral in Las Vegas, where he had been looking for and trying to get into the strategic access program around the UFO incident and had been denied. So basically, right there is proof that this meeting between Eric Davis and Admiral Wilson happened, and these denials that Admiral Wilson has been providing over the years and recently are basically untrue.
That's kind of amazed at how some of these researchers are reacting. Wilson said, well, I wasn't in Las Vegas. In fact, he said, I hadn't been in Las Vegas since, I think he said something like close to 1980, which actually seems really odd for someone at that level of society not to have been in Las Vegas for that many decades. But that's another story. But based on that one denial, there are people willing to say, oh, okay, great. Then you clearly... then the document's clearly fake. If you say that you were not in Las Vegas.
Well, the individual saying this document is fake, and I hate even talking about these individuals because they want the attention. They're making all this noise to try to drum up attention for themselves, to get views for their website, to get people to watch their videos. But they have been attacking this document since day one. They have an agenda. They're not sincere researchers. They are attempting to discredit everything about this document because some of them, I won't say all of them, have been attacking to the Stars Academy ever since it emerged on the scene. So they have an agenda to attack this document because if hypothetically, which it's not going to happen because this document is real, if this document was somehow discredited, it would make members such as Hal Puthoff of To the Stars Academy look bad for falling for it. So they are hoping that they can, plant seeds of fear and uncertainty and doubt in the UFO community about this document when there's nothing, less than completely authentic about this document. There's nothing on this document that indicates it's false, yet they are continually trying to debunk it. They don't deserve our time. They don't deserve our respect. And we need to move on and ignore them because speaking with these individuals is completely unproductive because they are set in their ways. They've decided exactly how they are going to move forward, and they are never going to admit this document is real until, someone like Admiral Wilson actually steps forward and admits the meeting took place, which I actually hope he does indeed do.
Doesn't look like he will. That doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
We don't know. There's so much happening right now in the world, and we can talk about this later because we need to hurry up and kind of move on. There's so much happening in the world right now. He may. So there's yet another amazing piece of evidence that this document is authentic. That just came out a little while back, maybe a week ago, and this has to be talked about. Dr. Bob McGuire. He's an administrator on your forum on Richard Dolan members. He is also
that is by far the least of his accomplishments. He is an extremely accomplished man. Yes, but he is the lead moderator of my website.
Oh yeah, he's a PhD mathematician. He's a retired professor from Virginia Tech University. He had also been a member of the Institute for Defense Analysis. He has started up multiple companies. He has had extensive interaction throughout his career in the intelligence apparatus with the Department of Defense. He has, done services for various intelligence agencies, various three-letter agencies. There's a bunch of them. And during his career, working for these intelligence networks and so forth, he actually knew Admiral Wilson professionally. He wasn't best buddies with him. He didn't go golfing with him, but he knew him professionally from the work he was doing. Okay. When Admiral Wilson was DIA director, he knew him. And so Bob McGuire has actually, recently shared evidence that, again, confirms that this meeting did take place. Specifically, what Bob is telling us is that around 2004 or 2005, Bob McGuire was in a three-letter agency. That's all he'll say. He won't identify which agency it was, at a classified meeting when a friend of his came up to him and asked if he could go into his office with him for a moment. His friend, saying Bob McGuire's friend, in his office showed him a letter from Admiral Wilson, signed by Admiral Wilson. Which
this is not an email. This is a physical letter.
It's not an email. It's a letter. And I'm going to get to that in a second. This letter from Admiral Wilson, which mentioned the meeting with Eric Davis that took place and the subject matter discussed during their meeting in Las Vegas. Also, Bob McGuire claims that from the way the letter looked, and remember, this guy has experience dealing with, information security and the way the intelligence community operates and how they distribute, classified information. He claims that the way this letter looked, he thinks it was conveyed by hand by a private secure courier. It wasn't posted in the mail. It was actually transported by hand to this individual that took him into his office.
Oh, that's interesting. And I didn't get that detail. That's interesting.
Yes. And so what's also important is that in this letter, he doesn't remember all the details because this has been years. And it's not like he sat there for hours studying this letter. Okay. He basically, read it and probably gave it back to the guy. But he remembers that it was about Admiral Wilson was attempting to seek assistance getting access to the UFO related unacknowledged special access programs that he had previously been denied to. And this is really fascinating for a bunch of different reasons, but I particularly find it interesting because it indicates that Admiral Wilson had started once again attempting to gain access to these programs.
Yeah, he wasn't giving up.
No, he wasn't. Even after his retirement from the military and after his meeting with Eric Davis, he was still trying to get assistance. That's why he wrote the letter to this individual, okay, this fairly high-level official in this three-letter agency to try to get assistance to get access to these programs.
I'll point out that Bob first mentioned this in an interview, which I think is at ufojoe.com. Joe Merge's site, I think. And
It's
then also
.net.
.net, thank you. And then talked about this on a panel that I did that was hosted by Grant Cameron, and that can be found on Grant's YouTube channel as well as my YouTube channel. We've got it here as well, and you can hear Bob talk about his interaction with that letter. But he ended up telling you a bit more privately, and he actually told me a bit more privately as well. But I want you to tell this story.
But that's basically what Bob told me. But it matches very precisely with the statement from Edgar Mitchell with H Plus magazine that Admiral Wilson was in Las Vegas when he was there, with Eric Davis, among many other reasons, to attempt to gain access to the special access programs.
Well, then let me add one thing that Bob told me that he said as a result of this, because his friend showed him the letter essentially asking for advice. So the thing was, I just got this request from Admiral Wilson, and this colleague of Bob McGuire was someone with very, very outstanding capabilities to do inquiry. This is why Wilson was asking him, apparently. And this man was asking Bob McGuire, what should I do here? And Bob told me, he said, my best advice to you is run. Don't get involved in this. Don't try to help. If you can avoid it, you should avoid it. Bob said to me that he does not know what the result of any of that was. So he doesn't know if his friend helped Wilson or not. He never really got any follow-up, he said.
Okay.
So that's what I learned not long ago from Bob McGuire.
Well, thank you for sharing that last little bit. I did not hear that, so that's awesome. You could include that. Now, finally, before we get to the meat of the document, there's one more important piece of evidence straight from Dr. Eric Davis himself. We have the words of Dr. Eric Davis from an interview with Stephen Greenstreet of the Basement Office.
Oh, yes, this is important too.
In which Stephen Greenstreet is asking him about the Admiral Wilson document and even flashing the document, in front of him on the camera.
Mm-hmm.
And Eric Davis states the following, quote, leaked out of Ed Mitchell's estate. But then he ends up saying, I'm not at liberty to discuss them because they could contain information about ongoing programs, blah, blah, blah. But he admits that it leaked out of Ed Mitchell's estate. So that is directly from him. Also, as the interview progresses, he mentions he cannot discuss them because the Obama administration and now the Trump administration vigorously prosecutes anyone with a security clearance who goes out of their way to discuss leaked documents. And there's another little point here, because on UFO Joe's website at ufojoe.net, he gets a statement from Eric Davis where he admits the statement from Eric Davis is on the website. You can read it, where he tells Joe that when the Admiral Wilson document leaked out, he consulted with a national security expert to find out the consequences of someone with the security clearance speaking about classified documents. So if this document was fake, when it leaked out, why would he need to consult with a national security expert? Okay, now, after all of this...
Yeah, because if it's clearly connected to him, he would know immediately whether he wrote it or not. So if he knows that he didn't write it, why would he even be worried about it in the least, right?
Exactly.
Right.
I mean, if this was a movie script, a pathetically amateurish movie script, then he wouldn't need a security consultant, to ask about legal issues. It's just absurd.
Yes.
And there's more evidence that we haven't even touched on. We're not going to get into because we don't have time. But basically, just to conclude this section of the interview, I want to say that this is a completely authentic document. There's more than enough evidence to prove that beyond any reasonable doubt. This is not a fake document written by an intelligence agency. There's people that claim Rick Doty faked this document.
Are you serious? Are people
serious.
actually saying that he did this?
They might not say it exactly the way I did, but they try to say that, this is on the same order as all the MJ-12 documents, that have leaked over the years. They try to say Doty was probably involved in this, or the Air Force Office of Special Investigations created this hoax to manipulate the UFO community, to distribute disinformation. Literally, they say that, and it's absurd, and this is not a false account by Davis to impress his peers and NIDS. That would be stupid. They were a serious group of researchers, and he had a serious boss with Robert Bigelow and NIDS who would not tolerate that. Again, he would have been skinned alive if he had faked this document. And this is not a movie script. This is the real deal. This is the most important piece of UFO evidence ever obtained by the community, and it is nothing less than exactly how you described it, the UFO leak of the century, and it's going to be, in my opinion, the leak that actually is the catalyst that brings down these special access programs once and for all and ends the truth embargo, this atrocity that's been going on for 80 years. Now, I have to calm down for a second. I get riled up about this somehow.
Take a breath.
Yes, I'm going to take a breath.
I just, on a personal level, I agree with the statement that I made over a year ago that it is the UFO leak of the century. And I think the implications of this are absolutely profound. And whether or not it actually will result in that is in breaking through the wall of secrecy, that remains to be seen. But I will say this: when I was given the bare bones of this story back in 2006, and I was able to gather together enough information to reach Admiral Wilson myself and to call him up on the phone. I was able to arrange this with him because I thought, well, I just have to talk to him about it. And this is something I've mentioned many times. I don't need to recount the whole thing here. But after we had our encounter on the phone, and after he said his memory was foggy, and then after I made clear to him that this meeting happened, and I told him why, and he admitted that it happened, but that everything else was poppycock. That is, everything else being the whole extravaganza of trying to get access to black budget programs and being denied. And then he hung up the phone. I wrote back to my original source on all of this, and I said, yeah, got to Wilson. He denied the whole thing. And my source, the person who showed me those documents to begin with, those 2 pages of the documents, said, well, what do you expect? He's obviously not going to give away that information. That brings down the whole edifice. That brings down the entire structure of secrecy, which we both knew. I mean, it was obvious. I knew full well going into that conversation with Admiral Wilson that he was not going to give me a thing, because he couldn't afford to give me a thing, because admitting that, here is a man who was deputy head of intelligence for the Joint Chiefs of Staff being denied access to the UFO program. I mean, even in 2006, I remember thinking, how could he possibly acknowledge that to me? There's nothing that would allow him to do that. And of course he didn't. But my source just very matter-of-factly said, yeah, well, why would you expect him to? So just thought I'd add that in.
Okay. So let's get into the meat of this document. Let's jump right in. Page 1 of the document. Starting with page 1, the document at the very top is dated 10/16/02, and it reads, Eric Davis meeting with Admiral Wilson. And for the record, it does not say movie script for a new television series about a fictional Adam Wilson. No, this was a real meeting with Eric Davis and Admiral Wilson. Now, Eric Davis, on this page, you'll see how Eric Davis tells how he was told to meet Admiral Wilson at the EG&G Special Projects Building at Greer in Paradise at 10 a.m. in order not to be late. Yes, EG&G is a real company. There's going to be some skeptics out there that probably say it didn't exist. Yes, it did. There are people that brain dead. So it did indeed exist. You can actually go back on various websites and see the sign for this EG&G Special Projects. That's exactly what the sign read back then before EG&G was bought out by another company. So you can actually see photographs of the parking lot where all this took place. It's kind of really neat if you know the websites to go to. But it turns out that as you go through this first page, the Admiral is the one who's actually late. But he eventually shows up. He's actually in a suit rather than his military uniform, since obviously he's retired. And he arrives with a lieutenant, a commander, and a petty officer who drove the car. The officers, other than Admiral Wilson, because he's retired, depart to the building. So Eric Davis, I'm assuming, got out of his car and went into the staff car with Admiral Wilson, and they begin a conversation that ends up lasting from approximately 10:10 a.m. to 11:20 a.m., or an hour and 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately, Thomas Wilson starts telling him about how he figured out who he was after reading his resume. He said he looked at the U.S. Uniformed Services ID copy, his Air Force orders, and other information. They immediately bypassed the chit-chat, and Admiral Wilson states that he knows Davis doesn't want to talk about his career or the history of the Defense Intelligence Agency. He knows why Davis wants to meet him. And he goes on to say that how he's a big fan of a man named Oak Shannon, who helped convince him to have the meeting with Eric Davis. And he continues on to mention the topics he discussed with Willard Miller during the briefing in the Pentagon on April 9th, 1997, and how they spoke for 2 hours, after it was officially over, and discussed UFOs, MJ-12, Roswell, crashed UFOs, alien bodies, all that kind of stuff.
Now, for the record, this was something that Miller never said publicly.
Yes.
In his interview with Greer from, I think it was 2013, that they're talking about that, but they explicitly avoided that. But of course, he would avoid that, obviously.
Well, Will states, Dr. Stephen Greer has stated that that Admiral Wilson canceled 1 or 2 additional appointments because he wanted even more information, and it extended until Edgar Mitchell actually had another appointment, and Edgar Mitchell had to leave, and that's what finally, according to Stephen Greer, this is his version, kind of brought it to an eventual close after Edgar Mitchell left. So to move on and stick with what's actually in this document, Wilson admits that he was fascinated with what Willard Miller was telling him because he knew about some U.S. military close encounters with UFOs as well as foreign government encounters because he had looked at the records. And that's kind of interesting that he was already familiar with these UFO incidents, not crash recoveries, not reverse engineering, but, just objects that were encountered probably by pilots or radar systems or stuff like that. Now, near the bottom of the page, it goes on to say that Miller asked him about MJ-12 or a similar UFO control group or cabal. And he asked him about this not at the Pentagon meeting, but later on, after he had actually looked for these programs, after the events of this document played out. And he admits that he told Miller that he was right, that such an organization did indeed exist. This makes total sense due to the NRO memo that was provided to him by Dr. Stephen Greer that included the code names Maj Ops, M-A-J, and Magi Ops, M-A-J-I. So if we go to page 2, we will see that Admiral Wilson details that he told Miller where he had looked for the UFO programs and who he talked to, but did not name everyone. Eric Davis then shows Admiral Wilson the 2-page letter from Willard Miller that's included in these documents, the Admiral Wilson documents. And Admiral Wilson laughs, it says, and tells him that he didn't tell Miller everything. He goes on to say that Willard Miller can make good, educated guesses on which contractors have alien hardware, but advises them not to pay Miller for the research he offers to conduct on their behalf. And he makes a comment about Willard Miller needing to pay for his beachfront property or private beach privilege. And what's interesting is UFO Joe had actually been to his house, and it's not on the beach. So,
right. And just to flesh out the letter, it's a letter by Miller to Putoff and Davis, offering his services to, in my interpretation, basically help him get to the center of the labyrinth and to find out more about the structure of this UFO secrecy.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, because basically, if you go through this entire document, the letter from Willard Miller is pages 3 and 4. And that's what we're switching over to right now.
Yeah.
We have to also state, to be fair, that Willard Miller does not admit to writing this letter, at least not publicly. We don't know what he has said to certain parties privately, but we do know he wrote it. That's obvious, even though he denies it. What he has told certain researchers publicly is that he doesn't remember it. It reminds me so much of Admiral Wilson's foggy memory statement. When you were talking with him, when you called him, how he said, "Oh, my memory is foggy." It reminds me of that so much. And
that's the thing about it. It's not, I really didn't take any of his statements as explicit denial so much as I don't remember.
Yes.
That's what you really get from those.
Yep. And also Willard Miller told a couple other researchers that he thinks this letter looks like a copy and paste job by someone who had access to a collection of his correspondence, but I don't really buy that either.
And who would that be?
The only possibility for that, I think, would be Stephen Greer, but I don't think Stephen Greer hoaxed this. That would be absurd. So there's really no one that could do that.
Well, I'm just going to say once again, it's not a Greer hoax, because I am adamant, and I'm not giving up the name of this person, but I was shown 2 pages of the transcript of that exact document in 2006.
Well,
right? This has been circulating for a long time.
If this was a hoax by Stephen Greer, the whole NIDS to the Stars organization would not be issuing these non-denials. They would say instantly that it was a hoax, but they don't.
Of course they would.
So to move on, if you read through this letter, you will see how he does not want his name associated with any potential research he does for Eric Davis or Hal Puthoff, who this letter is addressed to. It's actually addressed to Eric Davis, but he mentions Hal Puthoff.
Yeah.
And it becomes apparent why he is denying that he wrote this letter, because he mentions he doesn't want his name affiliated with any of this.
Exactly.
Also, we know that in the Admiral Wilson document that we're talking about today, Wilson, expresses how he felt betrayed by Willard Miller for sharing what he told him. So it's logical that Willard Miller doesn't want to again betray him in a weird sort of way by admitting this document is real.
Absolutely.
Which would convey authenticity to the entire document that would put additional pressure on Wilson. So that's why Willard Miller is, denying this. Of course, I believe Willard Miller really, he needs to come forward and just admit it, because everybody knows this overall document is real. So he just needs to say what the truth is. But as you go through this document, Miller mentions that there's a scientist by the name of Bob Beckwith, and he has personal theories of physics, and he has proposed a bunch of different experiments and levitation, teleportation, and time travel. And he wants to know if Eric Davis or Hal Puthoff would like to meet with this individual. I've actually looked up this guy online. He was a real individual. I don't think people, I've not studied his theories. I don't think people need to focus too much on this name, or what, it mentioning, levitation, teleportation, time travel. Right now, that's not a big deal when it comes to the authenticity of this letter. This is a side issue. All people need to know is there was a Bob Beckwith or Robert Beckwith. He did have these theories. You can find his website on the Wayback Machine. He has patents online about his theories. So he was a real person, and that gives some credibility to this letter. Then Willard Miller moves on, and he says that he's willing to assist Eric and Hal in the research into crash retrievals and the entities within the government, and he says, or outside of it, that are involved in that business. However, he gives yet another warning, and he mentions, I'm reading right here, there must be absolutely no mention or association with his name. And he states that he has absolutely nothing to gain from such an association and possibly much to lose. He goes on now and he talks about how much he would charge them per hour for his work, and it wouldn't take a bunch of hours. I think he mentions it was, $180 per straight time hour. And he starts to list some of the information he could provide, which included, he mentions a special team that helped recover crashed craft. Then he goes on to mention the name. He doesn't give the name, but he's offering to provide this to them if they agree to this. The name of a senior officer who he believed had firsthand knowledge of U.S. government alien reproduction vehicles at Area 51 and other locations. Information about a senior flag rank officer, that would mean a general, who was directly involved in a significant UFO event on the East Coast of the United States. I also want to say an admiral, I actually looked this up, an admiral could also be considered a flag rank officer. So that could have been an admiral. Also, he mentions a list of civilian government contractors who he thinks would have knowledge of United States government work in alien-derived technologies, crashes, landings, and so forth. One thing I want to point out is when he mentions alien reproduction vehicle, we don't know for sure if he is speaking about the specific Fluxliner ARV alien reproduction vehicle that was witnessed in person by Bradford Sorensen and Lockheed's hangar in Palmdale in the 1980s, or if he is just referencing, alien reproduction vehicles or back-engineered vehicles.
Yes, a good point. Is it a generic term, or is he actually referring to the specific, the ARV story connected with Brad Sorensen and made public really by Mark McCandlish through Stephen Greer in Greer's book on called Disclosure from about 20 years ago. It's a famous story among researchers, and it's one that I personally place credence in. And it's this claim, this idea that the U.S. black budget community had been working on these craft for a long time, and even by 1988 that they had definite success, some level of success in creating their version of these, hence the phrase alien reproduction vehicle, ARV. So, yeah.
Yeah. And I urge everyone, James Higgins, which was a SCAD student, that's Savannah College of Art and Design SCAD student. He was trying to get his degree in filmmaking, and he made this documentary, and it's titled 0 Point, the Fluxliner ARV. It's on YouTube. You can watch it for free. It's very well made, lots of graphics, interviews with a number of different witnesses, interviews with Mark McCandlish. It's fantastic. So I would urge you to look up 0 Point, the Fluxliner ARV. I also want to say that he may actually have died for making this film, because he ended up getting cancer before he was finished with it, and shortly thereafter he passed away. And it turned out, and the information about the analysis of his blood or whatever is online, so you can read this. The toxicology report, I should say, indicates that he had heavy metal poisoning. He had very high levels of heavy metals in his blood. So there's, we don't know for certain.
I just want to point out, I knew this man, but I didn't know him under the name James Higgins. I knew him as James Allen. So I think James Allen was his pseudonym. Is that right?
Yes, James Allen was a pseudonym.
I want to point out, he was someone that I actually became friends with him over a number of phone conversations. And I had a number of very, very long and involved and incredibly fruitful conversations for him, which I will always be grateful. He provided a good amount of technical and scientific insight to me when I was writing part of UFOs for the 21st Century Mind. And I included a thanks to him in the acknowledgments of that book. I had him listed as the late James Allen. But I just want to point out he was an absolutely wonderful guy. And yeah, he died so suddenly. And it wasn't long after I was having conversations with him that he passed away.
We don't really know if he was poisoned or not, but the fact he had high levels of heavy metals in his system is fact. And I know someone that I asked about James Higgins or James Allen, and this individual actually tried to get the Savannah Police Department to investigate, and they wouldn't. So no one's really willing to look into it, which is really, really sad. And again, I'm not saying there's a cover up in the Savannah Police Department. I'm just saying that people had tried to, get officials to look at it at least, and they won't. So that's really sad, in my opinion. I never had the pleasure of meeting him, but I feel like I've got to know him a little bit because not only have I watched his documentary, it's called 0 Point, the Fluxliner ARV. So if you Google 0 Point, the Fluxliner ARV, you will get his documentary on YouTube. Also, if you Google Higgins James, this is just the way I would suggest Googling it to get this document. Higgins James, 0 Point, the story of film. So if you Google Higgins James, 0 Point, the story of film, you will get the written, I guess you would call it a thesis or a proposal, whatever you want to call it. He wrote up for his profession, to his professors to get them to approve this documentary, this project. And he gives all the background of it. And it's available online. And he talks about his conversations with Mark McCandlish. And it talks about his conversations with, for example, not really conversations, email exchanges with Brad Sorensen and all the other research he did. And the other evidence for the Fluxliner in addition to Brad Sorensen's account. So it's a really good document that gives you some background. That
was a bit of a side road we went down, but I'm very glad we did that because James Allen or James Higgins he's worth remembering. And we went down this road essentially to we were talking about the potential reality of the ARV, which sounds like we both believe in, and it was referenced in this particular document, these notes by Eric Davis. So that's why we went down that little side road.
There's a lot of reasons why I believe that alien reproduction vehicles of many types, in addition to the actual Fluxliner ARV, are real. But one of the reasons why I believe it, this is just because of the research that I've been doing for the last 10, 15 years. I've done a lot of reading about this, a lot of online research, reading a lot of papers, a lot of theories, talking to a lot of people. I believe I understand the physics of how it operates. This is only one line of physics, and then I will move directly on away from this. But I'm convinced that the Fluxliner ARV and probably the TR-3B, which Tom DeLonge stated as a real craft, his insiders told him that it utilizes a self-organizing plasma of mercury isotope 199, which produces a double layer, which is one layer positive ions, another layer of electrons. But these electrons are actually in a superconducting mode. They have turned into Cooper pairs, which allows them to actually interact with the vacuum or the ether, or what's sometimes called the electron-positron sea. And by doing so, they can create an extremely powerful bubble of what's called magnetic vector potential, that when you apply that vector potential in an asymmetric way with a sharp enough gradient, you actually get a warp drive effect. And I'll move on now. I've said enough.
We're going to come back to that conversation and talk about the phenomenon known as EVOs in connection with all of that. I would like to do that with you in the future. But yeah, let's continue on going into our dive into this document.
Yep. At the end of page 4, This is another interesting nugget that gives credence to this document. Is actually this letter, I should say, from Willard Miller was indeed written by him and is real. He asked for help locating a Mr. Joe Zucchero, who was connected to a company called One Mark Inc. in regards to some type of pepper spray. Now, I've looked this name up in this company, and there's a page on LinkedIn for this individual, and this company, One Mark, is listed. So this is a real person in a real company. So that's
yet another level of detail, just obscure, arcane detail that happens to be exactly right.
Exactly. Everything in this document is authentic. And the few things that seem odd or perfectly explainable once you understand the context. So we need to move on because there's a lot of interesting little things like this. Now, if we move on to page 5, let me make sure I'm on the correct page. Yes, I am on page 5 of it. Now, we're back to the actual Admiral Wilson document, no longer on that letter. On
Davis's notes.
5, on the Davis notes. On page 5, Admiral Wilson begins by mentioning that Oak Shannon is difficult to contact anymore due to being in and out of the hospital. Then he goes on to say that...
Did we do any research on Oak Shannon's health at that time? Is that known?
I am not 100% sure of that. I know different researchers have contacted Oak Shannon. He's a real person.
He's real, but he's tough to get answers out of as well.
Yeah, a couple people I think have managed to talk with him, and he did admit to basically, or at least his statements indicate he did indeed know Admiral Wilson. He did not deny knowing him. He admitted that, he...
Didn't Wilson deny knowing Oak Shannon, which is a very odd thing?
He may have somewhere. I would have to really think about that.
I thought that he did, but that Oak Shannon did not deny that.
Well, Admiral Wilson has issued over the years several letters to different people, telephone denials, email denials that have been floating around the internet, and they are circulating around, and it's hard to keep them straight because there's been so many. But it's very possible he did deny it. But we know from Oak Shannon, from his interview with Billy Cox, that the interview indicated, yes, he did know Admiral Wilson. But just to continue with the letter, not the letter, excuse me, the notes.
The notes, yeah.
Yeah, and when I get sidetracked, I get a little bit confused, so I apologize for that. But Admiral Wilson then mentions he had been replaced as director of the Defense Intelligence Agency by Admiral Lowell Edwin Jacoby, and that he came to the test site special area, and the test site is a term used repeatedly for the whole Area 51 complex, so people know that, to wrap up projects that he began in 1998 because his successor, Admiral Jacoby, couldn't be bothered due to the lack of time and knowledge. And he also mentions the whole trip was set up by the NNSA, or the National Nuclear Security Agency. And as we go down the page, he mentions how a pair of individuals, Rich and Doug, who were members of the AFIO, or Association of Former Intelligence Officers, talked about Eric Davis. They sent him copies of his NASA papers, his Pacific Air Forces orders, his identification, Lockheed slides. I was not familiar that Eric Davis actually did any presentations for Lockheed, but I don't doubt it at all due to his background. Then it talks about how Rich and Doug recommended that Admiral Wilson should speak with Davis about his career in the DIA, the history, the agency, the mission, and so forth. But this is what's critical. He mentions how he read through it, and he realized what Eric Davis really wanted to discuss.
Can I just jump in? I want to ask you a question here. Have we done research on this Admiral Jacoby? I think it might be Jacoby or Jacoby. Do we have information on him And do we know who Rich and Doug might be?
Oh yeah. Jacoby, he became the next director of the DIA. Beyond that, I've done research on all these individuals. I can just only recall what stands out as important to me. So I don't remember anything really important about Admiral Jacoby that really pops into my mind at this time.
But he's the right kind of person in the context of this letter, it sounds like,
Yeah,
or this note.
exactly.
And as far as the identity of Rich and Doug, do we have a hint as to who these are, or was that?
I believe that certain researchers did indeed find their last names and contacted them, but that's a whole other issue that really would get us sidetracked. Basically, they did not say anything that would subtract from the reality of this document. Some researchers have made a fuss that in this document, Admiral Wilson, mentions that Rich and Doug said that they needed speakers for the local chapter of the Association of Former Intelligence Officers.
Right.
And Rich and Doug, when they were contacted, said that he never spoke. So these individuals try to say, oh, that shows the document is fake, it's bull, blah, 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 blah. No, it doesn't. Admiral Wilson never said that he was planning to speak or scheduled to speak or even had time to speak to one of the chapters. He only states that these individuals were telling him they needed speakers. That did not mean he agreed to speak. So that's how people try to create problems that don't exist. How many times have you, Richard, been asked to speak somewhere and you had to decline?
Number of times, of course.
Many times. Now imagine being Admiral Wilson.
What strikes me in this particular part of the document, we're on page 5 here, and again, I've got links below for people who want to go check this out, are the acronyms. And the even here, we haven't even gotten into the bowels of the Defense Department yet, but we've got NNSA, the National Nuclear Security Agency. It's not that it's completely unknown, but there's a lot of very specific nomenclature here and acronyms, and then PACAF and USID, and all of this is just seamlessly put in here. So again, it's not that a hoax would be impossible, at least in theory, but this is of a very high order of sophistication. And you'll notice that no one who's talked about a hoax has offered any credible person as to who could possibly have pulled off a hoax on this level.
Oh, of course. There's
too much.
Yeah, there's too much detail in here. But we don't need to just dwell constantly on how it's not a fake. We really just need to get into the meat of this, because there's so many false arguments that have been brought up about why this is fake. Oh, it has red flags.
I wonder if we might be well served by jumping into an analysis of the secrecy itself and the structure of the secrecy that's indicated in this document. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of detail here that actually, detailed research will benefit. Well, you could say, yes, this exists and this is existing and this exists. But I think it would be very helpful to go into what Wilson actually says, how he went about the process of trying to find these programs, because this gets us into the structure in the DoD. Can we go there?
Well, if you want to go there, that will be very non-linear, and we'll have to skip ahead. So you'll just have to ask me specific questions, and I can answer. I'll be happy to do that.
How about we just forget what I said and we just keep going on the path that you wanted to go? I think that's probably best after all. Okay. Because we're going to be getting into that structure of secrecy.
Yeah, we'll be getting into that. There's just so much meat in every page of this.
Yeah.
There's more than most people realize.
Good. Let's just keep going then.
Okay. And so basically, Admiral Wilson talks to him and mentions about how he verified him. He did background checks. Everybody vouched for him, and he gave it serious thought before he actually made the decision to contact him. And Eric Davis mentions in these notes that Admiral Wilson told him that Oak Shannon really supported him in trying to convince Admiral Wilson to actually have this meeting. So we have to really thank Oak Shannon. If you're listening to this, Oak Shannon, way to go. Thank you so much. I know you're a Christian, so I will say this. God bless you for convincing Admiral Wilson to have this meeting with Eric Davis. Way to go, man. And so this page goes on, and Wilson says that he knows Eric Davis would not talk to the press, would not talk UFO groups, that he didn't have media connections. He wouldn't talk to Miller or Greer. He didn't have an interest in publicity, money, fame, notoriety. And then they talked for a little bit about Davis's Air Force career. And then it starts talking, a little bit about no mention of NIDS. So Admiral Wilson didn't talk to him about his job working for Robert Bigelow and NIDS. And so now, near the end of page 5, Thomas Wilson actually starts talking about how Miller made him very angry because he violated his personal and professional trust, that there is a camaraderie around Navy officers, and that by sharing, what he was told, Miller telling Greer about, the revelations, that he broke that trust. And now if we move down to page 6, and I'll try to just hit the highlights of this because I know that we need to move on.
I'm with you here. I've got page 6 in front of me, and I will encourage listeners to jump onto page 6 as well at the link I provided.
Yep. And he goes on to say that Miller told Stephen Greer of their conversation, and Admiral Wilson wonders who else Greer told. Eric Davis also mentions very clearly that it was Willard Miller who told Edgar Mitchell, who then told him in 1999. So we find out how Eric Davis heard about, what Admiral Wilson discovered about these special access programs. So we now have a chain of how the information got to Eric Davis. So I think that's really, really
yes.
Admiral Wilson then talks about he received tons of phone calls when the Boston Globe article by Leslie Kean came out. That was an article that basically outed him. That it doesn't go into detail like these notes. It's just the Leslie Kean article. From what I remember, it's been a while since I looked at it, but basically it mentions him, how he tried to get access and he was denied. So it does not have 1/100th of the detail of these notes, but it was the basic story. And Admiral Wilson mentions that flag officers in the Pentagon, lower staff, civilian SES, that stands for Senior Executive Service people. They are civilians that work government jobs, but they're very, very high level. They're the civilian equivalent of like a flag officer. So they're really high up in the civilian service. So he mentions that people in the intelligence community called him, and he kept on getting these phone calls, and he didn't like it, and they kind of made fun at him. And we don't know what exactly he told all these people. I probably think that he did not tell them the whole truth. Most likely he lied to a bunch of them because he could not, while he was trying to get his promotion to the, trying to continue with his career, he couldn't just, admit to these programs that they existed and so forth. So most likely he lied to him. He probably hated doing it too, but that's what he felt he needed to do. And I'll just try to hurry this along. I'll just say, as you look at this document, you will see where he tells Eric Davis that if he blows his trust, that he'll deny meeting him, deny everything said, and won't meet with anyone else. Here in this page,
bingo,
claims that it's just too risky because it's a security violation just by mentioning this. He describes these programs as absurdly closely held subject matter, and that he had never seen anything like this program in the black programs community. And remember, he was familiar with black programs. Okay, sure. Doing what he did for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, writing all these reports, he was familiar with all sorts of programs. And for him to say that this was absurdly closely held. We need to take that very, very seriously. And at the very end of page 6, he begins to get into the story of his search for these programs. He mentions at the end of this page that
Davis is like, what happened in April through June of '97, and that's when we really get into the journey.
Yep, here's the journey. This is the exciting part right here, everybody. He mentions that after the end of the meeting in the Pentagon, he started making calls, knocking on doors, and talking to people, and that it went on for about 45 days on and off. Now, moving to page 7, Admiral Wilson mentions how the suggestion came from Major General H. Michael Ward to go through the record group files in AUSTAT. That is the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Technology. I believe now it's called something a little different, the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, or something like that. So it's the name of it has changed several times. But then to move on, he mentions how he ran into William Perry, the former Secretary of Defense, and he talked to him quietly about this subject. So William Perry suggesting going through the files of the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Technology. So here you have the former Secretary of Defense helping him.
And the man who undertook a significant reorganization of the Defense Department just a couple of years earlier. He came in with President Bill Clinton for the Secretary of Defense and did a significant reorg. And it appears, and I don't really have all the information on this myself, but that a lot of that reorg had to do with the placement of some of these types of programs that we're talking about here. And hiding them under deeper levels of secrecy. And it also seems to me that Wilson one wonders how much information Wilson gave to Perry in his journey. I mean, I don't really know how clear it is. And, you might wonder, well, why would Perry help Wilson if Wilson had no need to know about this? But it may not be clear. And Perry was retired at this point. He had just recently been retired as Secretary of Defense when this happened.
Well, there's many reasons for the reorganization. There's a bunch of documents online that go into great detail about the reorganization. And one reason, this is only one of several, is that there are many, many of these, and we're going to get into what this means in a little bit, but there were many unacknowledged, waived, carved out special access programs. There were tons of them. The number of UFO programs in that category is probably relatively small compared to all these others. And there was just too many of them. Too many programs were saying they needed this huge amount of security that cost a fortune. And we'll learn further in this document, the price for maintaining the security and secrecy of these programs can be several times the general operational budget. So they were trying to streamline the whole thing, save money, and so there was many reasons. It wasn't just because of these rogue programs. It was for many different reasons. So moving on, both General Michael Ward and former Secretary of Defense William Perry told him of, and this is how it describes it here, a special projects records group not belonging to usual special access programs, but a special subset of the unacknowledged, waived, and carved out programs. These programs were set apart from the rest and buried or covered by conventional, unacknowledged, waived, and carved out programs. Now, I think it's important that we elaborate on these terms.
Yes.
To talk about these different categories right now. So just bear with me when I go through this, because I have prepared what I want to say, because I wanted to make sure I get it just right, because this is a very nuanced issue here. In the ordinary classification scheme followed by the Department of Defense, there are typically three main ordinary categories of classification. And there are a few others that aren't used as often, such as, restricted and a few others. But these, what I'm about to say, are the three normal ones. There's confidential, there's secret, and there's top secret. However, when the usual safeguards for even top secret programs are not deemed, satisfactory by the leadership team of the senior review group of the Special Access Program Oversight Committee, a special access program can be established that will utilize even stricter rules and utilize even more stringent safeguards for the security of the program. When it comes to this first level of special access program with no further classification, it's what's called an acknowledged special access program, not unacknowledged, but acknowledged.
Okay.
Which means the existence of the program can be admitted, but the subject matter or the nature of the program must be, kept secret. So let's just say there was a program, and usually these programs are supposed to each have a code word. Okay, so let's say it was Blue Tomato. Okay, if it's acknowledged, I could say, yeah, there's a program called Blue Tomato, but I can't tell you what it's about. However, sometimes even turning a top secret program into an acknowledged special access program isn't enough. So they will give it the status of being an unacknowledged special access program, in which both the nature of the program and its very existence, such as the code name I just made up out of the Blue Tomato, cannot be revealed. So if someone read into an unacknowledged special access program is asked about the existence of such a program, it doesn't matter if you're private and a general is asking you. By law, you must flat out lie and claim it doesn't exist. You would have to say there's no such thing as program Blue Tomato. It doesn't exist.
People have to understand this has been understood for a while, although not widely understood. And I want to just add that within the circle around Dr. Eric Davis, I know a number of those individuals. I will just say that. And for years and years and years, one of the articles that they often cited to me and to other people, I think quietly, was an article written in 2000 by aviation writer Bill Sweetman relating to the Pentagon's black budget programs for Jane's international defense. And it's a very interesting article. And the thing that Sweetman talks about, he was a very interesting writer, but he looked into these special access programs and said exactly what you just have said here, which is that these unacknowledged special access programs, by law, you are not allowed to refer to them, and a no comment is not good enough. And I'm only pointing it out here because it's very clear to me that the people around Eric Davis were deeply, deeply impressed by everything that they learned relating to Thomas Wilson's saga, and found this article by Bill Sweetman as the closest description of what they knew to be the case about these special access programs. And it's something that I referred to in various lectures and presentations over the years after I was shown this article by one of the members of Davis's select circle. So it's very obvious that this reality made a very strong impression on them. You know what I mean? The whole deep structure of secrecy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because the structure is so complex and it's a labyrinth, and people are scared of
and
somehow committing a violation.
Deeply privatized, which was another of the main conclusions of Sweetman in the article, and that also, I think, deeply impressed, the circle around Eric Davis. Yeah.
And I was just going to continue with this. For these types of programs, you can't just say no comment if somebody asks you about an unacknowledged special access program, because a no comment can be taken as a confirmation. So by law, if you have knowledge of one of these programs and you're even a private, like I said before, and the general says, I want to know about program Blue Tomato, you have to make up a total lie about it. I mean, you have to deny it, and you can't just say no comment. It doesn't matter if you intimidate it. It doesn't matter what circumstance is. It could be your direct supervisor. And if he's not read into the program, if he's not on the bigot list, which is the access list of everyone allowed to be, to know about such a program, to be read in, you have to flat out make up a story about it. But now what's even more astounding, and this really should blow people's minds about how deep the secrecy goes. There are some programs that allegedly, according to the people running them, need even more security beyond what an unacknowledged classification can provide. So these programs are given what's called a waived status, in which only certain congressional and Senate chairmen can be provided information about them, and then not a full written report, but only an oral briefing if it is requested. However, to be specific here, I want to say what I've heard from some people, that most congressmen and senators don't ask for such briefings on a regular basis, if at all, because they're too busy with their, regular lives, their families, their daily business on Capitol Hill, their election campaigns, all the ordinary scandals they're having to deal with, all
right.
the
So
politics today.
in theory, it's 8 individuals, I think, in theory, have access to
I've
the.
heard, okay,
but in
I've
practice,
heard that,
maybe none of them.
I've heard of a term called the Gang of Eight, and it's really complicated because I thought I had it figured out who exactly in the Congress and Senate legally by law would be required to be briefed in, but then someone told me I was wrong, and since I didn't want to argue it, I've basically dropped it since then. But what I do know for a fact is that the people who have a right to be read in are typically the chairman of certain key committees, like the Intelligence Committee, Appropriations Committee, the Armed Services Committee, in the Congress and the Senate. So the chairman and their minority counterparts in the opposite party, by law, get to be read into these programs. And but the thing is, most of them just don't ask, and they don't know about these programs, so they don't know what to ask about, and they don't really care to hear because they have so much else to do. So it's really a sad situation where these senators and congressmen are kept ignorant about these programs. I personally think every year, they need, if it takes a week or a month, these senators and congressmen that have the right to know need to be given a detailed briefing about every program, if they like it or not, if they need to make a dozen pots of coffee to keep them awake, because some of it is probably boring, then they just need to keep them awake, whatever it takes, and brief them because they have a right to know about all this stuff.
The thing is, some members of Congress, you can just tell are quite intelligent, and other members of Congress, you can tell, are really not that intelligent. That's just the reality of it. And a lot of them may not have a whole lot of curiosity about these programs. And as you say, they may not have the time. You can only imagine how busy they are. And these programs are obscure and, could very well be the case. Well, what's in it for them to spend their time on yet another briefing? So in practice, what we're finding is they don't appear, those waived programs, it's quite possible that there may be little to zero congressional oversight over them. And not only that, as we're going to see, not only is there no congressional oversight, practically speaking, but there's very potentially little to zero military oversight and actual formal government oversight over them as well. But you're going to get into that.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And one other little point I would like to add, even if someone gave one of these key congressmen or senators the name of a program to ask for a briefing about, what we have learned due to this document is, let's say Blue Tomato was the code name of one of these, UFO related special access programs. And just for the record, I'm making this up. So please, nobody write an article about program Blue Tomato. But let's just say it was. If they asked for a briefing about it, the official description of Blue Tomato in the directory within the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Technology, or Acquisition and Sustainment now, wouldn't list a UFO program. It would be the cover program, and or the sub programs for Blue Tomato, because every special access program can have sub programs. It would have a false description, and we're going to be getting into this because
false description. Yeah.
These special access programs were not allowing their programs to be honestly and accurately described in the databases. Because, as we're going to talk about, Admiral Wilson, yes, he found the descriptions, he found the contact information for the program managers of these special access programs. But to actually find out they were UFO related, other than what William Perry and these other insiders told him, he had to go all the way to their facility and argue with them for them to even admit that they had a UFO. So that's what makes one thing that makes this so illegal, is that they are not reporting honestly to the oversight committees that are supposed to hold them in check to make sure they stay honest. So
very good point, and very, very important point here.
Now, there's even yet another category of special access programs. I know this is hard to believe, and I think this is ridiculous for any type of democracy to have this next type of program. But there's such a thing as a carved out program. So now we would be dealing with unacknowledged, waived, and carved out special access programs. In this category, which the DOD was attempting to reduce the number of in the 1990s because of the risk involved, with a carved out program, all the responsibility for inspecting the actual site where the work is conducted, the location of the special access program, the underground bunker, whatever, the responsibility for inspection of that site is transferred away from a division of the Department of Defense. There's an actual group that's responsible for this. I don't remember it off the top of my head. But instead, that responsibility for inspection is conveyed to the contractor. This means that the fox gets to guard the hen house, okay? This is like the restaurant manager at your nearby, restaurant being able to just call up the health inspector and say, you don't need to come today. My restaurant is perfectly clean. We have sanitized all of our surfaces. All of our perishable items are under refrigeration. So you don't need to come by. Goodbye.
The point here being, these are federally funded programs by U.S. taxpayers through the Department of Defense. And these carved out programs, as you're pointing out, don't even have U.S. DOD inspectors or I assume even overseers in any meaningful sense of that, so that it's completely contractor run. That's what you're saying here?
Yeah, pretty much, because with these carved outs, you see, normally the DOD would send a team annually to inspect everything from the security of the computer systems, the antiviral software, the firewalls in place, then even more mundane stuff like the thickness of the doors, the white noise generators on the wall, the types of locks used, the materials of the door that's used, the management of personnel. They have to have like specific reports ready about how they would handle like a leak, their protocols for that. There's hundreds because these documents are online about the general requirements for these special access programs, the security requirements. But with these carved out programs, the inspectors don't get to look.
You can just imagine the potential for theft of public money in this type of a situation.
Yeah, exactly. Someone could be coming in and bringing the grandchildren and letting them run amok in the UFO, and the people in the Pentagon would never know about it. Literally. I mean, we don't know. I mean, that sounds a little out there, and I believe that's very unlikely. But the general concept is when you transfer the responsibility for inspection away from the DOD and you give it to the contractor, they can get away with anything.
Sure.
And that's scary. That is really, really terrifying. I personally believe that these carved out programs shouldn't even be allowed to exist. They are giving a private corporation the right to operate in a bubble with no one watching and no one to look over their shoulder. There's no way to tell if they are violating safety rules, if they are breaking the law in all sorts of ways, if they are conducting, I mean, this is a little bit of my imagination, hideous experiments. You've seen science fiction movies where all weird kinds of experiments are being conducted. We just don't know what could be going on.
Here's the thing. If you were to do such hideous experiments, you'd want to do them in a waived or carved out program like this.
Exactly.
The only thing that I'll just add here is when you see the amount of secrecy and protection from any kind of public oversight, I mean, to me, that's a great indicator of where the power is. And the power is in these extremely wealthy, powerful defense contractors. And I'll just add, in my interview a little over a year ago, about a year ago with Dr. Kit Green, formerly of the CIA, where we talked not really about the Wilson leak, except, after the fact where he gave me his on and off the record statement. But one of the things that he said to me in that interview that was, I thought, quite germane is he said, when you're in the classified world and you've got security clearances and that type of thing for the U.S. government, when you are in a U.S. government employee capacity, he said, when you retire from federal employ and you go to work in private industry, he said it is a near virtual 100% certainty that your clearances will increase and become more powerful. And the reason is because it is in the private industry is where all the action is. That's where the real power is. That's where the money is. And so that's really what we're seeing with these carved out and waived special access programs and, other USAPs and unacknowledged programs, because that's where the power is. It's in the private industry, not the DOD.
Oh, absolutely. And you can, I want to make another statement about these carved out programs before we moved on, but sure. I have to say, you can look at the career history of all the individuals that have, for example, held the position of Director of Special Programs, which is a critical position within the Senior Review Group, within the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Technology, now Acquisition and Sustainment. It seems like that position is usually one of the last positions they hold in their career, second to last usually, or maybe sometimes the last position. And then they go to private industry. They become a vice president or a president in an aerospace company or in some other type of company, and they jump right into the corporate world. So my personal theory is that, especially the position of Director of Special Programs, that's to get people's feet wet. I think they use that position to kind of educate people, these officers, about the black world and what's really out there. So then when they hire them and they probably start working in some of these black programs, they're not so surprised because they've already helped manage them. Not really managing, because in that position, you don't really have any authority over them. Technically, legally, they're supposed to have a lot of authority over them, but in reality, they don't.
I just want to back up. So you're talking about the Office of SAPCO's Special Access Programs Coordination Office. That's the one.
Okay.
Is that and that's the key position? I just want to make sure in terms of bureaucracy, we're talking about the same thing.
We're going to discuss this in a little bit, but I will specify this. When you become the Director of Special Programs for the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Technology, you all of a sudden wear a bunch of hats. Okay, when you get that position, puts you at the nexus of the interface between the black world and the DOD funding apparatus.
Exactly. So that is the office that really we need to be looking at.
And when you become Director of Special Programs, you not only become the co-chairman of the Senior Review Group, you don't only become the Executive Secretary of the entire Special Access Program Oversight Committee, but you also become the Director of the Special Access Program Coordination Office, which I think is now called the Central Office, if I don't have that reversed, because that name changed from Central to Coordination or vice versa. And
because what we're talking about here, this is lingo from the 90s, and it might have changed
somewhat
a bit.
the same. It's somewhat the same, because I have read a bunch of documents And this lingo is the same. There are subtle differences, slightly different name changes, but it's basically the same principle. Okay. And there have been a bunch of different directors of special programs. And I'm going to talk about this later, so I'll only give a hint about it now. One director of special programs was General William Neal McCasland, I should say, which was Tom DeLonge's original insider.
Right.
And so that's why he was such an important man, like Tom DeLonge always said. But now, what I want to say to finish up about carved out programs is that there's one possibility, which I believe is actually fairly likely, which really scares me. And if there's any congressional people, Senate people, staffers, or anyone in the government listening to this, I really want them to pay attention. Because just imagine, these programs have had alien spacecraft for nearly 80 years, and they have had billions of dollars to conduct research. They may have actually had a survivor from one of the crashes, because, that theme has been ran through, ufological history. And these crash recoveries would have yielded them all kinds of technology. So it makes sense to me they would have attempted to make contact with one or more of these alien species. It just makes sense to me. They would have to. After 80 years, they would. So it opens up the possibility that these private corporations, accountable to no one, with little input, if any, from elected representatives of this democracy, they could be conducting diplomatic negotiations with various extraterrestrial species and making decisions, critical decisions that could impact the future of our entire civilization, while keeping everyone who should be involved in all this out of the loop. That is the scariest thing to me. Who knows what deals they could have made with these extraterrestrial species, because they've had all this time to contact them. If they're flying in their skies virtually all the time, which now we know that's the case because the Navy is encountering them on a regular basis.
And admitting to the fact.
We've seen the videos, and we know there's many, many more videos we haven't seen. If they're flying all over the place, and we know they've been flying, and not just in recent times, going all the way back to the flying saucer waves from the 40s and the 50s, where all the time it was in the front page of newspapers that there was a fleet of saucers that were sighted over a town. Whole communities saw them. If there's that many of them flying in their skies, these special access programs most likely tried to make communication. And if they did, that just terrifies me, because we know they don't have any regard for democracy. They don't give any regard to the public's right to know. And they obviously don't have any regard to the Senate and the Congress, their right to know about this.
This is really a fascinating line of thought. I just want to jump in here and point out, we don't know that this is true. Obviously, we do not know that there are private corporations acting on their own initiative in communication with extraterrestrials. However, I do have to agree with you that the door is open for such a thing. The door is open for all manner of activities that these private contractors could engage in without any responsible military person knowing about, or with maybe more than one or two of them knowing about, and perhaps not even having the power to stop. For all we know, they may not really be able to prevent these contractors from acting on their own initiative, because, frankly, when these generals and admirals retire, where do they go? They go to work for these corporations anyway. That is the system we have. And it's, we learn in our junior high school civics classes that we have a system that works in a certain way, but of course it does not work that way. It doesn't work in which the government and governing authorities have final power over a lot of these private organizations. And this is what you're talking about here. So, the scenario you're bringing up is, again, I can't say that we know this is true, but I would agree with you that it is possibly true. And then there are other possible scenarios that are also likely to be, or potentially true. So I'm glad you brought it up.
Okay, there's many possibilities there, and we can move on. But I just wanted to bring that up because if there's even a possibility that could be true. It's something that must be investigated. The last thing I'll say, and I don't want to bring politics into this, but we all know there's a certain politician, and there was an extremely intense investigation because some individuals thought he could be colluding with Russians. Okay. And so I would suggest
some people have still, they're not giving up. Some of them are not giving up on that. It's incredible.
And so regardless of your opinion on that, I would like to say that the possibility of these special access programs, you know, colluding with extraterrestrials who have been here for a very long time, obviously since the 40s and 50s. I mean, UFOs been in our skies for thousands of years, but they've been very active since the 40s, and there's many possible reasons for that. If there's even a chance major decisions could be taking place without congressional and Senate input, that has to be investigated, because that's even a bigger deal than possible Russian collusion. Okay, and that's all I'm going to say. Now, as you go on, if you continue on this page, and we're
still on page 7, I believe.
We're on page 7. You will see where he admits to getting assistance from 2 other individuals, which are Paul Kaminsky and Michael Kostanek. These are 2 very important people, because they were both members of the previous leadership team of the senior review group, not the leadership team that would end up threatening Admiral Wilson, but the previous group. Paul Kaminsky was the former Undersecretary of Defense, which would have made him typically the former chairman of the senior review group. Okay. And Michael Kostanek was the former director of special programs, this important position we've already talked about. And so that would have made him the co-chairman of the senior review group. And so these 2 individuals would have been in the know about these programs, and they were communicating with Admiral Wilson. And this is really a big deal, because just a few years ago, it would have been their duty to guard this information. Okay, they would have been the ones helping, you know, keep these programs secret. But now they were trying to help Admiral Wilson. That tells
early enough in this whole period. We're still in the 1990s, and so obviously certain types of protocols that exist today, probably not all of them existed at this time.
Yes.
Would you say that, right?
Yeah, I would say that. But I think they must have had these 2 individuals, Paul Kaminsky and Michael Kostanek, who are both still alive. I want to stress that they are alive. They could be interviewed. They could be called by Congress to testify about this whole topic. It seems like they had some motivation to help him, to help Admiral Wilson locate these programs, which is very interesting to me. And so as we move on.
Well, let me just add in something here. So the one argument that was made against Wilson having even the ability to look into this is that, you know, in his position, it's obvious that he should have known that he would not have access to these types of programs that we're talking about here. And I would argue that might be obvious today. We're in the year 2020, but go back more than 20 years, and I would suggest it's not necessarily obvious. Again, there was a recent reorg that had taken place in the Defense Department in the early part of the 90s, and it's not evident to me that Wilson would have known automatically that he wouldn't have had access to look into these UFO-related programs.
Okay.
No, he didn't have the legal authority at that time, but it isn't necessarily clear that he would have known that right out of the gate. So I think it's a false argument.
Well, I would argue that I agree with you to a certain extent, but I would argue this from a different perspective. He had already talked to Greer and Miller about these issues. He had already talked to the former Secretary of Defense. He had talked to these other individuals. He knew these programs were not ordinary special access programs. He knew they were not ordinary wave programs. They were not even ordinary carved out programs. They were illegal programs operating without the ordinary oversight mechanisms. Okay, they were literally misrepresenting themselves to the senior review group and getting away with it. So, like, these programs were bucking the system and trying to hide out and successfully hiding out. He decided, you know what? This cover up is wrong. It's dangerous. It's a threat to this country I have sworn to protect. The Joint Chiefs of Staff have a right to know this stuff. If I'm supposed to be briefing them about threats anywhere in the world, this is a potential possible threat that they have a right to know about. So you know what? I'm going to buck the system. I'm going to do what I have to do to get in this program. Screw protocol. They're breaking the rules. I'm going to do what it takes to get the Joint Chiefs of Staff the information they have a right to know. That's the mindset I have.
I wonder if that was Wilson's attitude during all of this, then that's just a big wow. That's an amazing thing. And I suppose it's possible, sure. I don't know that's really how he looked at it, but the way you put it, why not, actually?
Well, I mean,
why not?
Technically.
Because he was certainly very angry, in the aftermath of all of this. He was ticked, and he knew that this was wrong. He knew this was illegal. So, yeah, maybe he had that attitude even while he was doing the investigation. I think it would make sense. I think you're probably right.
But look at what Lou Elizondo has stated multiple times, that if these Tic Tacs that they have caught videos of, or the gimbal UFO, or these other, cubes within transparent spheres, or other types of flying objects, just had a Chinese emblem on them, or a Russian emblem on them, it would be the talk of the nation. It would be a giant controversy that the Russians and the Chinese had this technology and they were flaunting their airspace and they were violating air rules. It would be a huge story. But because it doesn't have a Chinese or Russian flag on it, and because they've been called a UFO and there's automatically this giggle factor, it's pretty much a non-issue until recently, where the mainstream getting more interested in it. And so, it's a big deal that these kind of vehicles are in our skies. Admiral Wilson had, his job was to get intelligence and write reports about all sorts of threats from other countries. And this is a potential threat. I'm not saying ET species, or at least most of them, are here to enslave humanity or here for some nefarious purpose. We don't really know for sure, but it doesn't seem that way, because if they wanted to, they could have destroyed us a long time ago. But this was a big deal, and he recognized that. So he was trying to get to the bottom of this, and he knew the rules. He knew the technicalities. He was not an idiot. But he realized from the start that these programs were atypical. They were not ordinary programs abiding by the protocols, honestly reporting, transparently reporting to their oversight committees. He knew that because he had talked to previous members of the senior review group who knew all about them. So that was why he came at it from this perspective. And again, sometimes you have to fight fire with fire, and so there's a time and place for everything. Even Jesus Christ himself flipped over the tables, in the temple, to confront the money changers. There's a time to be outraged and take dramatic action. And that's what he did, in my opinion.
Okay, good.
So anyway,
let's keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going with this, okay? So in this page, he also talks about how...
Again, page 7.
Yep, page 7. Mm-hmm. Admiral Wilson also talks about how he was told that William Perry, when he had been Secretary of Defense, wanted an investigation into these programs because they were going way over budget. However, he was told to drop it, and apparently he did. Now, this is absolutely terrifying as well, that someone connected to these programs, we don't know exactly who it was that told him to drop it, would have the power and authority to tell the Secretary of Defense to drop an investigation, and that he'd obey that order. Okay? For all those cynics who think that everyone in the Pentagon and the Joint Chiefs of Staff knew about these programs because they would have had the authority to know about them, reread this. when an organization, whether this was MJ12 or what,
Yeah, that's incredible.
can
We're talking
stop.
William Perry, Secretary of Defense, wanted an investigation, and he was told to drop it. You have to wonder by whom. In theory, the only person above him was President Bill Clinton. Do you think
Well,
Clinton would have said, "Don't do it"? I'm sure it was not Clinton.
no, I don't think it was Clinton. I
No.
think it was agents of Majestic 12 or whatever the control group is currently called. To me, this proves that in most cases, when Majestic 12 or this control group, I mean, there's been many possible names given for it, whatever group runs the UFO cover-up, they can tell the most powerful government or military officials to jump. And you know what they do? They obey instantly and ask how high. That's how powerful Majestic 12 is, okay? They get what they want. They are used to it because they have been building up power for, 70 years plus, and they get what they want every time, and they will make sure they get what they want.
Well, let me ask you this. So the next part of that statement where Wilson's saying Perry wanted the investigation but was told to drop it, Davis says, well, who told him that? And Wilson says he didn't want to answer my question on that, said I could find out something from Judy Daly. And Davis has a note there, Judith Daly, Assistant Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Advanced Development, Austat. Do we know anything more about her?
Well, I mean, there's not a whole lot online about her. I've done research. There's a few statements, just not about UFO matters, just ordinary references to her, but there's not a lot. Her position was more obscure than, someone like William Perry or even some of these other generals like Michael.
But she's obviously a confirmed person.
Yeah, she's
absolutely we know that she was. And it's just very interesting. So just another piece of extreme detail that comes up from a relatively obscure person. This is the reason I wanted to know, because I don't think anyone really had ever heard of her.
Oh, yeah, she was a real person. There's references to her. So that's another little nugget that proves this document is indeed real. And thank you so much for bringing that up. And now, as we move on to page 8, we see that Admiral Wilson starts talking about how Judith Daly told him over the phone that the whole budgetary record-keeping system was being revamped. She explained to him that security budgets were sometimes cumulative and not annual numbers, so there could be, misunderstandings there. And as we go on, Eric Davis then starts asking him, all these different questions about what special access program compartment did the Admiral Wilson, find the UFO program in? And Wilson responds simply by saying, core secret, won't say. And for people who don't know what a core secret technically is, I'll explain that right now. A core secret is a piece of information that's so sensitive that if released, it could likely result in the immediate failure of a program. So in this way, the very document we're talking about, the Eric W. Davis notes, also known as the Admiral Wilson document, could be considered to contain core secrets, because I believe it could be used, and it is currently being used, to expose the existence of these programs and bring these rogue organizations, MJ12, PI40, whatever you want to call them, into the light of day and hold them accountable for their actions over the last 70 years.
Right.
And to move on to going down the page, you see Eric Davis also asked for the code name of the project, and Admiral Wilson once again just says core secret. Then Eric Davis asked who was the project contractor or the United States government agency that runs the program. And Admiral Wilson gives a pretty interesting answer. He says an aerospace technology contractor, one of the top ones in the U.S. And Eric Davis asked about it again, and he says core secret, can't tell.
Right.
Then Eric Davis asked another question, trying to get information. He's
really pressing Wilson here.
He's pushing really hard, and he asked if it was a defense contractor, and Admiral Wilson says, yes, the best of them. Then Eric Davis asked intelligence too. Wilson states it's in their corporate portfolio. Corporate portfolio.
Right.
These clues dropped by Wilson to me make it clear that there are probably, other aerospace companies involved in this whole thing, because if you look at the leadership teams of all these aerospace companies, they trade executives back and forth constantly. Okay. Mm-hmm. However, it really does seem, if you look at this document and the clues that Wilson gave, that Lockheed Martin, I will repeat, that Lockheed Martin is probably this specific corporation that he is referring to that had been managing these UFO reverse engineering programs. Lockheed, it just really fits because it's the largest aerospace contractor in the United States. I think it always has been. I'm not 100% certain, but I think it always has been. It's also considered by most to be the best such contractor. You can also go, and I actually did this, you can go to Lockheed Martin's website, and with very minimal digging, you can see they offer intelligence services. Also, we know that it was Lockheed, probably in coordination with other legacy aerospace companies, that built the Fluxliner ARV, the alien production vehicle. Exactly. That we mentioned already, was seen by Brad Sorensen at the Palmdale facility, and other witnesses. And again, the great documentary that I suggest people watch, 0 Point, the Fluxliner ARV. But I also want to say, very importantly, that Tom DeLonge of To the Stars Academy stated, on Coast to Coast AM and different places, and I think in Ask Me Anything, I believe on Beyond Top Secret website, that the anti-gravity black triangle named the TR-3B, and the person who gave it the name TR-3B was actually Edgar Fouché many years ago. Edgar Fouché has passed away, but this craft, which is mentioned in his book, talking about Tom DeLonge's book, Secret Machines, is indeed real. Tom DeLonge, specifically stated that it was real. He also stated that he believed it was built by Lockheed. He stated a lot of this stuff during an interview on Coast to Coast AM in 2016. This was before WikiLeaks, gave the names of his, primary insiders, his original insiders. And now we know that they were General William McCaslin. They were Robert F. Weiss of Lockheed Skunk Works, and they were also General Michael Carey. I believe he was affiliated with NORAD.
Yes, over at Cheyenne Mountain.
Yeah. And Tom DeLonge claims that these people told him that reverse engineering programs did indeed exist, and that they had, quote, cracked gravity. And what people need to realize is Tom DeLonge repeated for emphasis, cracked gravity, that term, I want to say at least twice in his interview on Coast to Coast AM, and he said it was a real craft. Okay. And I think that since one of his primary insiders was Robert F. Weiss of Lockheed, that's probably who revealed the information to him. Okay. It just makes sense to me. We don't know that for an absolute fact. It could have been William McCaslin told him about, that it was a real craft, but one of his primary insiders did. Now, at the end of this page, Eric Davis asked Admiral Wilson what happened when he found the contractor, and this gets really interesting too. He responds by stating that at the end of May of 97, he made several calls to Paul Kaminsky, Michael Kostanek, and William Perry to confirm that he had found the correct contractor and program manager. They answer him in the affirmative. In other words, they say yes. And this is another reason this document's so important. It's almost as if these individuals helping him maybe possibly developed a disapproval of the secrecy of these programs or how they were being managed or something. Or otherwise, I just don't see why they would have been helping him so much.
It is very interesting. When Davis asks him to reiterate, he says they confirm, and Wilson says yes. And it's true, like Wilson could never have gotten as far as he did in this journey of his within the bureaucracy if he hadn't had help from absolutely critical individuals in the Department of Defense who, as you have pointed out, were in the exactly perfect parts of the bureaucracy to have been able to help him. And they may have very well been the only people who really could have provided genuine help to him, right?
Oh, yeah. They probably were the only people. They were in the positions to know. They were members of the senior review group, and the Secretary of Defense was the guy who reorganized the black world, at least when it comes to the Department of Defense. Because just remember, this is getting a little off track, but I think it's important. The Department of Energy has their own control system for their programs. Right. The Department of Energy has actually a counterpart. Their own special access program oversight committee. They have their own senior review group, and there's actually confirmation of this you can find online, but there's generally less information about the Department of Energy's senior review group and their special access program oversight committee than the DoD version.
I think that's exactly right. My understanding on this is that there are three fundamental areas of where these special access programs are connected. So one is the DoD, which is the one we're talking about here. One is the Department of Energy, and one I think is just through the CIA, through the Central Intelligence.
Director of National Intelligence.
Okay, so a little bit above CIA.
Yeah, he basically is in charge of all the special access programs for all of the different intelligence agencies.
But the understanding that I got is that the DOE, the Department of Energy, is of all of them potentially the one with the least oversight of all and the most and perhaps deepest levels of secrecy.
Yes, exactly. Because, for example, they don't have as much oversight. There's very little written about them online that I can find. There's some documents, but not nearly as much as DOD. Also, I would like to say that they have, I believe it's called the Atomic Energy Act of 1954. I may be butchering that a little bit, but basically it would give the DOE authority over everything in regards to nuclear power or nuclear energy or nuclear materials. So if any UFO that crashed, it wouldn't have to have a nuclear weapon on it. If it just utilized any radioactive element in the craft, then it would automatically fall under the control of the Department of Energy. And so any reverse engineering program that actually was developing a craft that had nuclear materials in the core, or that, for example, maybe even generated nuclear isotopes as a byproduct of the energy production system, for example, that would be considered under the Department of Energy, just like nuclear submarines are managed by the Department of Energy. Okay.
So in the case of this program here, though, since this is not a DOE carve out, this is a Department of Defense carve out, can we therefore make the surmise that this craft that they're studying did not have radioactivity or did not have any known nuclear technology?
Well, that's a possibility. Yeah. That's a possibility. We really don't know what they're doing on the inside because, like I say, they play by their own rules. They make the rules as they go, what's best for them.
I mean, I wonder that it might be possible that there would still be nuclear tech, even if the DOE doesn't have it. I mean, the question is, does the DOE have every bit of nuclear tech imaginable within these structures, or does the Department of Defense get a couple of free gifts, as it were, or does the Director of National Intelligence get a few? It's not clear that we really know. The DOE, in theory, would have control over all nuclear tech in the classified world, but it may be possible that that's not actually 100% of the time. We just don't know, I think.
Absolutely, I agree with you. We just don't know what's going on here. I personally believe that there were multiple different categories of vehicles that were obtained. Eric Davis, in his interviews in recent years, he has admitted there was a long series of crash recoveries. I think some of them may have contained nuclear materials, others did not. So there could be different craft being investigated by different groups, okay? And not every special access program would know about the other special access program. And that's these stovepipes. I mean, stovepipes are everywhere. in the more conventional programs like ATIP, and there's stovepipes when it comes to, in between, these exotic carved out programs. There's a lack of communication here, and it's all due to this insane level of secrecy that has to come to an end. One other critical thing I want to mention to you is another classification they could have slapped on to any program. For example, let's say the flux liner. Let's say it existed. I believe it did exist. There's a lot of evidence for it. There's witnesses who saw it. The physics makes sense to me. However, let's just assume that it was real for this conversation. If it utilized nuclear reactions to generate power, perhaps in addition to extracting energy from the vacuum like it claimed to do, then that could be a vehicle that would be under the control of the Department of Energy, and they could also slap an even higher classification on it. And I hope I'm getting this straight. I think it's called a critical nuclear design critical nuclear design information classification. I'm probably getting that acronym a little wrong, but it's another layer. They can slap it on anything like a nuclear submarine, like the schematics for like the power plant of a nuclear sub. And it's covered by that. And that is like their version of beyond top secret. So there's all kinds of layers of classification they can put on top of these programs and basically just bury them. So let's move on through this. So let's go to page 9. And on page 9, we see how Admiral Wilson tells Davis about how he made 3 calls to the program manager, one of them a conference call with the security director and the corporate attorney. And they wanted to know why he was looking for them and what he wanted to know about. And he goes on to say they had a very testy tone. Now, I want to interject something here that's fairly important, I believe, that all special access programs must have a program manager, a security director, and a corporate attorney, just like this program that's mentioned here. The law does get a little tricky over time because it changes, between the 90s and right now. So there are situations in with both a government program manager and a contractor program manager are required. Okay.
One of the things I wondered is how widespread that knowledge was in the late 1990s. I mean, it seemed to me that that's a bit of, it's certainly 20 plus years ago, that would be very, very arcane, specific knowledge. And so that if this were inserted into a document, again, I'm just looking to speak to people who think, oh, well, this is just a hoax. It turns out to be correct information to have the security director, corporate attorney, and program manager, which Wilson later refers to as the gatekeepers, that's actually standard. And it's not something that I think was widely known or understood even, 15 plus years ago. But I mean, we realize that now for those people who've dove into the world of special access programs. But again, I just want to point this out because it just speaks to the authenticity of this particular document.
The main objection I have heard in regards to this is the fact that there's an individual who claims that Wilson did not actually go to the government program manager, that he should have went to the government program manager first. But that's really a tiny detail. It's a little nuance. And they only had, Davis and Wilson only had an hour and 20 minutes to talk. And then Davis had to condense down everything he could remember into this document. So there's all kinds.
That's true. There could be nuance that did not get conveyed.
Yes.
It's entirely possible. We have to remember that.
Because, if it was a requirement back then, and again, I'm not sure when that requirement began, but if it was a requirement for a government program manager as well, it's possible that he didn't answer Thomas Wilson's calls, or it was possible that he couldn't find the contact information for the government program manager, and he could only find the contact information for the contractor program manager. So there's all kinds of possibilities here. And to try and debunk this document, to try to say, oh, that proves it's a fake, is just
on the tiniest of minutia that's actually irrelevant.
They're trying, certain individuals are trying to create problems, ignoring the overwhelming evidence in support of this document. And it's really disgusting. And they're doing it for attention. They're doing it for hits. They're doing it to try to attract people to their videos. And it's really shows the depravity of, the lack of character of some of the people in the UFO community. Also, to move on, I just want to move on here. We also know that Admiral Wilson wanted to get information about MJ-12 and programs like that. And when he asked them, they didn't give him answers. And I think that's because he hit the nail on the head, and they were not happy that he knew so much. And also, it goes on to explain how Admiral Wilson protected his sources, and he didn't tell these gatekeepers that he talked to William Perry and Paul Kaminsky and others, although I expect that in time they figured out who he talked to. I would guess that they eventually put it together.
Sure. Yeah, but he wasn't right. He wasn't throwing them under the bus.
Yes, he was protecting the people who were feeding him information.
Yeah.
And further down, we see that he describes how he had to contact several different program managers. And again, it looks like he was going directly to the contractor program managers. But back then, there may not have been that that difference between the two, because the law is tricky, especially for those of us that are not part of the system looking in. So he had to contact several different ones before finding the correct ones. And it says that he contacted the managers of 3 programs that said they were not what he was looking for, and then 4 additional programs that referred him back to the threesome, which is the word he uses to describe the program manager, the security director, and the corporate attorney that we just discussed. And one thing I want to mention, because he found 4 programs, this meshes perfectly with what we have already heard from accomplished physicist Bernard Heish, who I think he has co-authored papers with Hal Pletoff.
Yes, Bernie Heish is another brilliant scientist, and he's I don't know how deeply enmeshed in the NIDS group he was, but he's very close with Hal Pletoff and probably knows all of these guys as well, very, very well. I would guess.
Yep. But he has a website at ufoskeptic.org, but he's not a skeptic at all. If you read his website, you realize it's the opposite. But that's the name of his website, ufoskeptic.org. And he has a bunch of interesting quotes on there. But here's just a very small section I want to read. A group of 4 related but separate SCI programs tracing back to a 1947 Truman Memorandum still exist and were housed as of the 1990s in major aerospace companies such as, for example, Lockheed, TRW, Raytheon, Aerospace Corp, etc. These would be expensive programs since the cost of secrecy can be several times higher than the research. The ATIP program has
This is a good find, because he's saying the exact same thing that all of these. And by the way, someone in that group around Davis also told me years ago about the cost of secrecy and how it was many, many times higher than the scientific R&D. So this is obviously something that was very widely discussed among that whole group, and they were clearly impressed by Davis's interview with Wilson in this regard.
Yep.
This is where they got the information, obviously.
So now to continue on to the next half of this quote, the ATIP program, and we know that stands for Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, not aviation, it's aerospace. So let me continue. The ATIP program has no relation to these 4 much better funded deep black ones. Indeed, the black programs collectively have budgets in the 10 billion range and up. Topics apparently include both reverse engineering and extraterrestrial biology. Now, these 4 programs, I doubt they are the only programs. These are just one set of 4 programs. There are probably many others working on reverse engineering and other aspects of the UFO reality. So I don't want anybody to get the idea there's only this 4.
This is a really good find by you on Bernard Haish's website.
Well, there's a lot more on there. I just only included that one statement because I knew that we don't have all day and this was going to be a long interview. But I urge people to take a look at his website. And I would suggest any of the congressmen or senators that might be listening to take a look there and read what he has to say, because he's an accomplished professional scientist, extremely credible, and he has said some amazing things. Yeah. So now, onward to page 10. Wilson describes how the different programs he discovered were in different components, placed in different layers of the compartment pyramid. He claims they were all in the same records group, but their connection to each other was not obvious. He goes on to talk about how the threesome he told the threesome that he wanted a formal briefing and that he was exploiting his regulatory authority as deputy director of the DIA and assistant joint chief of staff J2. They told him over the phone that they needed to discuss it, and they hung up on him. But 2 days later, he got a call, and they arranged for a face-to-face meeting with him at their facility. He goes on to say that 10 days later, around mid-June, he, quote, flew out there. Now, we don't know exactly what he means by that or where he went, but most likely it was somewhere in the western portion of the United States. I think one could safely guess it could be Area 51. Another good guess could potentially be one of Lockheed's facilities in Palmdale or Sunnyvale in California. He goes on to say that they met in their conference room in their secure vault. That's also called a skiff. Going down the page, Admiral Wilson.
Now, well, let me just jump in again here. And people might think, well, why would they even grant a meeting with him at all? And why would they tell him about, any of these programs? And I think the likely answer is that he was becoming a nuisance. And he was, he had spent already close to 2 months. Actually, he had spent 2 months looking into this and was clearly someone who had a full head of steam here, and he was determined to move ahead. And it seems to me that their decision was the most logical thing is, all right, we're gonna bring him in. We will meet with him. We'll tell him as little as we have to, and then get rid of him.
Oh, I totally agree with you. And we're going to be getting to that in just a minute as we go through these pages. There's several points I want to make out that go into more detail about what you just said.
Yes. Good.
And so Admiral Wilson, he goes on to repeat that these are the same 3 individuals he talked to on the phone, and that they call themselves the Watch Committee or the Gatekeepers. They told him they were formed out of necessity to protect themselves after a near disaster in the past that almost blew their cover. There was an audit investigation that had led to them when it wasn't supposed to. Their existence was nearly outed. He describes it as he was told there was a nasty back and forth battle between them and the investigator and the Pentagon chief. So basically, the investigator and his Pentagon chief were battling with the special access programs that were discovered. It became a tug of war for program transparency. Admiral Wilson was told money was one issue, and they're hiding out became the other issue. Remember, like we talked about before, they were not honestly and openly reporting to the overall Special Access Program Oversight Committee.
The fact that they were a carved out program had become an issue, it seems like.
Well, they were beyond a carved out program, because even a carved out program has to provide honest and transparent information about their program, the description of what they're doing for the database. Okay. There is a directory of, I've been told this and I've read this online, people have talked about it. There's a directory of special access programs that anyone in the senior review group, because remember, there's a leadership team and then there's a larger team. Okay. There's more individuals in a senior review group. Any of them can have access to this directory that's supposed to have the honest and transparent description of every special access program, waived, carved out, every program in existence. They were not reporting honestly. They were giving false descriptions to that database. So they were hiding out. That's illegal. They could not make a secret deal with these members of the senior review group, or I should say the leaders of the senior review group, because I don't think the general members were in on this. Only the members of the leadership team, which would have been the chairman, the co-chairman, and the executive secretary. And so they were lying to the oversight committee. So that's what makes this so wrong. They were beyond a carved out. Anyway,
Good
so
point.
it says in here, a threat was leveled to blow the lid off their programs, so they backed down and let the investigator in to complete his job. And they told Admiral Wilson that an agreement was reached with a couple of senior executive service people and others in the Special Access Program Oversight Committee to prevent it from happening again. Now, on to page 11. Yep, this page, we read about how there was a special criteria Admiral Wilson was told about for access to these programs that was established in the agreement they made with the senior executive service people in the Special Access Program Oversight Committee. So for anyone to gain access, a special circumstance would have to take place that would meet rigorous access criteria set by the contractor committee. Wilson goes on to say that no United States government personnel are to gain access unless they met the criteria, irregardless of their tickets. The tickets would be your security clearances and position in the government. Eric Davis then asked Wilson what was the criteria, but he claims that when he asked the gatekeepers, they didn't give an answer.
Exactly.
And he states that the implication is that these programs operate without any official oversight or justification. Let me repeat what he said now in this document. They operate without official oversight or any justification. And then Admiral Wilson goes on to say this is a politically dangerous place to be. So
and mentioned that he was mad. He was angry about all of this.
Oh, yeah. He was fired up because, remember, he's supposed to be warning the Joint Chiefs of Staff about, any sort of threat against their military, against their country, anywhere around the world. But he's not allowed to tell them about a huge potential threat of multiple ET species zipping around their skies. It's just like if somehow one of these organizations hundreds of years ago, they didn't exist back then, but let's say hypothetically, had covered up the existence of Russia. Okay. And we just were completely ignorant Russia existed. Okay. He would be mad if he had discovered there was a country named Russia that had, that could be a potential threat. So he had a reason to be upset with them because
good point. Very good point.
So he felt that he was not doing his full duty for the Joint Chiefs unless he could inform them about this topic, because they had a need to know. Anyway, to go on in this page, he makes it very clear that the purpose of the meeting in their secure vault was not to grant him access to the program, but they wanted an accounting of the conversations he had with various people about their existence, about these programs, because that's what they were concerned about. They had already made the decision not to give him access. They were not about to. This was a information-seeking meeting because they wanted to know who he talked to, because they were worried that other people might be going to take the information he has to try and locate them.
Exactly. How did you learn about us?
Exactly.
That's the key. We're not here to talk to you about anything else, but we want to know how you learned about us.
Yep, exactly. And at the end of page 11 and moving on to page 12, he mentions how they told him his tickets, which was his security clearance, his top secret SCI clearances, were confirmed invalid, but since he wasn't on their bigot list, they wouldn't let him have access.
By the way, bigot is an odd word for people to encounter. It's mentioned in this document, and as you mentioned earlier, it's the list of people who are authorized to, who are part of the program. It stands for British Invasion of German Occupied Territory, and it comes from the Second World War. And it was simply a term that was created at that time that then over time became used as shorthand. It's all in caps, BIGOT, for kind of like shorthand to describe who's in and who's not in the program. That's all it means. So Wilson wanted to be on it. He wasn't on the bigot list, was not going to be on the bigot list. And so please continue, because they end up having a whole conversation about this.
Oh, yeah. He had a big conversation with them about this. They claim that his position as deputy director of the DIA for the Joint Staff was not relevant or pertinent to the nature of their program. And he mentions the bigot list that you just mentioned that he was shown, which was dated 1990 and updated in 1993. Mm-hmm. It was mostly names of civilians, scientists, engineers, technicians. There was no White House names. The president was not on there. No congressional people, no congressional staffers, no one from the Clinton administration, no one from the Bush senior administration. However, there were a few names that he did recognize. He stated there is a few from the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Technology, and one from another department, and another at the National Security Council, who was a Pentagon Senior Executive Service employee. And I would bet you some of the names on this bigot list were the names of the individuals that were giving him information.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about this. Why do you think that they would do that for Wilson then, if that were the case?
Because here's the thing. Like I spoke about earlier, for example, Michael Kostanek, the previous director of special programs, his name would have been on the bigot list because he would have been, every year, every special access program in existence, whether it's carved out or waived, has to give an annual report to the leadership team of the senior review group. And it goes first directly to the director of special programs through the Special Access Program Coordination, or now Central Office. And so he would have to be on the bigot list of all these programs, because otherwise, how could he be receiving the information from them every year?
Well, I just wondered, it makes sense. I just wondered, could you not be technically on the bigot list, but if you're in someone like Kostanek's position, yes, he would, in theory, have access, but I thought maybe he would be an exception. That is, everyone on the bigot list are the people who are working the program, but that they would be required to report to him as someone who's not necessarily having to be on that list. Do you follow him? Does that make any sense?
I understand where you're coming from. Yeah. But I think of it like this. This was a program that did its own thing. It was in its own little world, in its own little bubble. They made their own rules, and the only reason they were interacting with the senior review group is very, very simple. The only reason they had any involvement with the DoD, the Department of Defense at all, is very simple. They wanted money. leeching taxpayer
Exactly.
dollars. And if they were not getting these billions, they would have no contact with the Department of Defense. So from my point of view, they would have had him on that list for record keeping, so they could say, okay, he knows about us. Because
Yeah,
they would want
that does make sense. That makes sense.
because they would want to keep track of everyone that they had to let know that they even existed. So he would have been on that list. I think that I believe Paul Kaminsky would have been on that list because he would have been the chairman of the senior review group. He would have been on that list. So those were probably the people from Alstat that he recognized. And actually, right. Davis asked him a question about this eventually, and he claims that he doesn't want to say. And I think that's because he actually had already named them.
This is interesting. Again, I want to reference the Sweetman article that I talked about earlier, because I was convinced that the people around Davis latched onto this article because it summarized more closely than anything else how these programs work. One thing Sweetman said was it's not only that they are dominated by private contractors, where the DoD liaison is essentially he's just there for show, more or less, and to ensure that the funding keeps going through, but also that they're completely in charge of the security. They decide who's in, who's out. It has nothing to do with formal Pentagon classification systems at all. Like if you're running this private contract and you want your cousin in on the program, then your cousin is in, and
absolutely,
that's it, and you make the rules. So what it makes me wonder is if I don't really know this, but I wonder if Sweetman knew these people, if he somehow got this information from, whether it's from Davis or from Puthoff or from Edgar Mitchell or from whomever, and wrote his article in the year 2000 based at least in part on something that he may have learned. Like he may have learned a little bit about the Wilson situation when he wrote this article. And I'm only speculating here, but it suddenly occurs to me that it's entirely possible. And for people listening who, I'm sure there are some people listening who are familiar with this article that I'm talking about. It's from January 2000, written by Bill Sweetman for Jane's International Defense. And it's a very interesting piece that gets into the Pentagon's black budget structure. And it's one of the only pieces at the time that really did so. So I just wonder, he might have had some inside information about this. I really wonder.
That's very possible. I think that's perfectly plausible. But right now we're getting really to the exciting part of this document. This is, where things get extremely interesting. As we continue on this page, when Admiral Wilson asked the program manager during this meeting in the secure vault, when he asked about the nature of the program, the manager said they were not a weapons program. They were not an intelligence program. They were also not a special ops program, and they were not a logistics program. When he asked what they were then, the program manager, it says, let out a loud groan. And the director and the corporate attorney, that would be the security director, and the corporate attorney told the program manager it was okay for him to, quote, say it. Now it goes on where Admiral Wilson is thinking that they were going to tell him that it was something to do, like they were using UFOs as a cover for reverse engineering Chinese or Soviet hardware that may have been recovered. And he asked them about that. And they say it wasn't that either.
And so at the very bottom of page 12 here, where we are at talking about this.
And so now we read as Admiral Wilson explains how they finally admitted to him that they had a craft, an intact craft that they believed could actually fly in space, air, water, or possibly dimensions. Now, this is important. This craft was not debris. It was not tiny little itty bitty pieces of metamaterial that they found scattered across a field. This was an intact vehicle. Okay. And apparently it was in such good condition that they believed if they could have figured it out, it could have flown in space, air, water, or possibly dimensions. This is critically important because you have to think that if this craft was in such good condition, the bodies of the occupants must have been in somewhat decent condition, or maybe there's even a possibility one of the occupants could have been alive. So
none of that, of course, appears in this document. None of that
No.
information. And obviously that was totally compartmented from, not just from Wilson in this conversation,
Yeah.
but very possibly from the managers of this particular program. In fact, I would bet that it's likely that the biological studies of the beings would be in a completely isolated, separate program from the study of the craft.
Oh, yeah. There's probably, I believe that there were not just 4 programs. I believe these 4 programs were probably just for the study of this specific vehicle, the different components of it, the different systems of it, the materials used in it, the types of circuitry in it. There's so much about the vehicle, but then you have to realize there need to be a program for the study of the occupants as a whole.
Absolutely.
And like I've mentioned before, if they are in the least like humans, you're not just a human. You have hundreds of species of bacteria within you, and they are symbiotic, and they are critical to you staying alive. Okay? Mm-hmm. So these beings could have potentially, if they carried bacteria in their bodies, if they carried viruses in their bodies, you and me both right now, we don't like to think about it, but we have parasites. Everybody does in their system to some small degree. They could have had hundreds of species of organisms within them, and they would need to be studied, programs for studying all that.
Well, I want to add something here. You have to forgive me, but Dr. Bob Wood, who is another individual, Bob's still around, and I correspond with him from time to time. I published a book by Bob, and he's one of these people. He knows everyone in this crowd that we're talking about here. He wrote a book called Alien Viruses, and it's his attempt to dive into the, I guess, admittedly controversial, majestic documents that he and his son Ryan have gone into, and they are quite convinced are legit and are real. And I happen to think that he's got a very good argument for that, by the way. That's a whole other discussion. But the point is that Bob is very, very engaged in exactly this question that you are raising. And it just leads me to think that I strongly suspect he did not get into this in isolation from other people that he knew, like Eric Davis, like Hal Puthoff, like Kit Green, and the others whom he all knows very well. My assumption is that all of these individuals, this includes Jacques Vallée in this as well, that all of these individuals who all know each other very well have had long and detailed, sophisticated conversations about not just the ET tech, but also the bodies and potential viruses. I firmly believe that this is something that's important to all of them.
Yeah, I think it's very important. I mean, it could be a treasure trove of information for pharmaceutical research, for genetic research.
Absolutely.
A wide range of studies. I mean, you could be able to determine if the cellular structure of these organisms, the mitochondria, the lysosomes, the nucleus. I mean, the different.
Imagine the amount of money that is involved and wrapped up in these programs.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Because you would have cellular biology to study. You would have genetics to study. And we don't even know if they have DNA. They might have a different number of chromosomes, or they might not even have individual chromosomes. There's so much information you would have to study. And there would be a need for billions of dollars in funding to really do all of this justice. And yes. What's so bad is there could be implications for human health in all this, but the civilian world would never get access to it. But anyway, to move on before we get too far off track, because I could talk all day about my opinions on stuff like that.
Well, it looks like we are doing exactly that, Mr. X. So,
Okay.
it's funny. I started this thinking, well, we're going to try to be a concise 1 hour. And I very quickly threw up my hands and said, you know what, we're just going to go exactly opposite. We're doing the deepest of deep dives into this. And honestly, I'm really glad that this is what we're doing. So this is a completely different journey than what I had expected, but I think this is quite necessary. So, you did a 3-hour talk about this over at the Project Unity YouTube channel, but I think that we're going even a little bit farther here, and I'm actually really glad for it.
And I think this is even better than what I did with Project Unity. And I want to say, too, Project Unity is working on an additional production. I'm not involved in it at all, about the Admiral Wilson document. So keep an eye on the Project Unity Twitter page and Project Unity YouTube page. Jay is doing great work.
He really is.
He's a great new voice in ufology. He's got fascinating ideas. He's done some great interviews. He has a lot to contribute, so everybody needs to be paying attention to him. But now I want to say about this. Eventually, we read that Admiral Wilson asked if it was from overseas, if there's any chance. They said, no, it's not possible. Then he asked them where it came from.
Yeah.
And the program manager admitted they didn't know where it was from, although they had some ideas. And I want to say one thing about that, and I have to put this in there. Look at computer technology today. We can store gigabytes, hundreds of gigabytes of data on something the size of a nickel. So just imagine a species way more advanced than ourselves. There could be all kind of data storage devices. And with 70 years to analyze this data storage, by now they could have figured out how to access it and read it. So it might tell them where the craft was from. For all we know, there could be an Encyclopedia Galactica within that database. But anyway, to move on, Admiral Wilson asked them about this, and they admit, quote, these are important phrases. These are the most important phrases in this entire document. They admitted the technology was, quote, not of this earth, not made by man, not by human hands. These phrases are critical because it proves they were studying something truly out of this world and not any human built piece of technology. No, it wasn't like these stupid theories about, oh, Roswell was children with progeria launched from Russia to terrify the American people. No, it wasn't some crazy run amok government program that created this hardware. It was truly not of this world. It was extraterrestrial. And it wasn't something like some of these theorists come up with to try to make an excuse as to why this was not a real extraterrestrial vehicle. No, this was extraterrestrial. There's no way around it. There's no wiggle room. They had something not made by human hands.
And of course, I just want to point out, this is exactly the part of the document that I've always remembered seeing that exact phrase. It always stuck with me. And it's something that I mentioned quite frequently in a variety of lectures over the years after I saw that in 2006. So I'll never forget the feeling that I had of seeing this page again in 2019 after all these years of remembering it and now actually getting to have it again for myself this time. So, yeah, I'm really glad that we've gotten to this part, and I want you to keep going here now.
Oh, yeah, and I'm going to keep going, and I want to repeat this one more time for anybody important which may be listening to this. Not of this earth, not made by man, not by human hands. We need to stress here that these special access programs have something 1,000 times better than a video of an unknown object flying in the sky. It's
Yes.
way better than any gun camera footage from any F-18. Okay, it's better than any radar data. It's better than any data acquired by a satellite tracking system. This is an actual craft that represents a treasure trove of information, and this needs to be transferred out of the hands of the black world into the white world, and the reality of this needs to be officially admitted. And Congress and the Senate need to get on this now while these witnesses are still alive, before they die of old age, or unfortunately, there's the possibility with coronavirus, they could die of this outbreak, this epidemic that's going around the world. So they need to act now. But to move on about this document before I get too fired up, I want to say that it's pretty obvious to me that Admiral Wilson, it was the victim of what's called a limited hangout. Because as you read on, they give this sob story saying that they were having very little or no success, and that they had been working for years and years with very slow progress, and that they were experiencing a lack of collaboration to get help from the, quote, outside community of experts, and it was a tough environment to work in. And this is, in my opinion, disinformation they were planting in his mind to convince him that they had never succeeded in reverse engineering the technology. Because again, if they had admitted to him, yes, we figured this out, and we have a flux liner, or we have a TR-3B, or we have even some type of drone that we built, okay, even if they didn't put a human in it yet. Let's say it was some type of drone, and I think they actually have piloted vehicles they have reverse engineered. But he would have never let it go. He would have gone straight to the Pentagon and told the Joint Chiefs, our military needs this technology now. The official military, not these special.
I wondered the same thing, and I think that I agree with you, although there is an argument to be made that they actually did have, as I said, painfully slow progress. But it's quite possible that they were lying about this, which would lead someone to say, well, why maybe they were lying about everything else, including the whole ET part of it. My feeling is that they threw him that much of a bone, basically to shut him up. Again, because he had he'd made himself into such a nuisance that we really don't know, because all we have here is what Wilson told Davis back in 2002. But I don't think it's unreasonable to think that the ET part that they told him was true. The fact that it was an intact craft was true, because those are kind of incredible things. But then they're telling him, yeah, but we haven't really made any progress on this, or not much, which actually flies directly in the face of a long list of testimony going over the many decades to the contrary, that we actually have had some decent success. But the only reason that that also might be true, that they haven't had much success, is because of the infamous stovepiping. In other words, maybe their program, I just theorize it could be possible. If they've only had between 400 and 800 people, that's what they mention here on their list, that, the need for security might have overweighed the ability to get any kind of progress on this and collaboration. And I just think it seems that would be possible. But again, someone, in my view, has made some progress on this, because we do have the ARV story, for example, and that is almost certainly a Lockheed situation there from 1988. And if it's true that this is a Lockheed group here, one would think that they've made a lot more progress than what they're telling Wilson. So it seems to me that they threw him a bone, and that's all that they gave. And everything else, I think I agree with you that they were just disinforming him at this point.
Well, the two things I want to point out here in response to that is, number one, another way to view this could be that they are lying by omission, in that these four programs could be tasked with a certain craft or a certain number of vehicles that they were still trying to figure out, while other vehicles that were obtained, other groups, other special access programs could have figured them out. Now,
Right.
I want to mention something very, very important here. You're familiar with Gordon Neville.
Yes, indeed. I knew Gordon.
He's a very kind of a controversial figure, but he was very big into the UFO scene for a little while. He was investigating the Fluxliner ARV. He was very loosely working in collaboration with Mark McCandlish, with Hal Puthoff, and Burt Rutan, and several other people. And there's a statement in a book of his, okay, that's online. I don't remember the title right off the top of my head, but it's a book written by him. It's online. And in this book, he mentioned something about Richard D'Amato, or Dick D'Amato, as a lot of people knew him.
Yes.
And in the book, he uses the pseudonym Richard Cash, I believe. He uses a pseudonym, but I figured out it's very obvious once you look at it that he means Richard D'Amato. So he mentions in here, and again, this is just according to Gordon Neville. We don't know this for an absolute fact, but he claims that Richard D'Amato, who was the chief counsel for Senator Byrd, claimed to him and that he secretly recorded it. And although we don't really know if he had this recording or not, this is what Gordon Neville claims, but that Senator Byrd, while being secretly recorded, told him that between 1950 and 1972, $75 billion was spent to reverse engineer a UFO. And we know that Richard D'Amato was investigating UFOs. He was investigating the black world. He had been tasked to do so by Senator Byrd and other government officials. And you can read Jacques Vallée's Forbidden Science Part 3 and 4. And I believe Senator Byrd's legal counsel, Richard D'Amato, is mentioned in both of them. And Richard D'Amato interacts with people like Hal Puthoff and Kit Green and Jacques Vallée and others in these books. He was actively seeking information about the black world, trying to find out if we had crashed UFOs. Also, you can read the account where Jesse Marcel Jr. was told by Richard D'Amato to meet him in the basement level of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. And he went there, and Richard D'Amato had a book on the table, Whitley Strieber's Majestic. And he points to the book. I'm talking about Richard D'Amato, points to the book and says, this is supposed to be fiction, but it is real. And Jesse Marcel asked him, then why don't you tell the people? And Richard D'Amato basically said, if it was up to me, I would. But, this is the varsity team we're playing with here, and they're not going to tell the truth. What's so interesting is Stanton Friedman and Whitley Strieber have both confirmed that they were also at that meeting, that it took place. And so Richard D'Amato is someone who would need that the Congress and Senate needs to summon to testify before congressional hearings about this topic.
Totally agree with you. And by the way, Gordon, can I just mention?
Go ahead.
So can I mention about Gordon Novell? He was a really interesting man. I knew him pretty well over the years, and I loved and hated him at various times. But ultimately, I respected Gordon a lot. His mission in the last years of his life, as he always would say, it was to create his own company to reverse engineer the ARV, that is the alien reproduction vehicle. So in other words, his attitude was, and he used colorful language about this all the time, which I'll avoid here, but he said those people over in Area 51 and S4, they're guarding money there. That's what this is. This is all about money, and we're going to unlock their secrets, and we're going to make the money. We're going to white world, as he used to put it, the black world technology. And I'm almost certain he's one of the few people who actually directly interviewed Brad Sorensen about the ARV, and he knew a lot of people who really were in that whole community of movers and shakers. His science, he wasn't a professional scientist, but he had a good grasp of a lot of the principles that were involved, and had a remarkable ability, I guess you could say, of trying to round up a team to do work with him when he had really no money, no resources, no nothing. But he was able to get people to at least attempt to work with him on the program. I was never really a team member of Gordon's attempts here, but he actually convinced Jim Mars and myself for a brief period of time to try to do some writing of his RAM project. That was the reverse engineering of the ARV that he would use to present to people to get backing and funding and so forth. And so I actually knew a lot about Gordon Novell for a while. He was really an intense guy, and at times, like he had a manic personality. There were lovable things about him, and there were just impossible things about him. But what he said about Dick D'Amato, I firmly believe he was telling the truth. The thing about Gordon that I came to know is that he was a good salesman. He was really always trying to sell his project, but he was not a liar, in my opinion. I think he was very truthful. When he would get down to brass tacks about certain things that were factual, I never in my experience with him ever had reason to think that he was deceptive. I always believed that he was upfront with me and with the other people he was talking to. So when he talks about Dick D'Amato, I believe that.
I believe that he was probably telling the truth as well. And by the way, you mentioned the term RAM. What Gordon Novell did was he made up his own nickname for the Fluxliner instead of the alien reproduction vehicle, which is what it was called at Lockheed. He made up his own nickname, the reproduction alien machine.
That's what it was. RAM. There we go. Thank you. Yeah.
And so some of his writings are still online. There's interviews with him so people can go up and look at it. But like I was saying, I think Richard D'Amato needs to be summoned to testify before Congress about all these issues. And again, he's a very elderly gentleman. And I believe that before he passes away from old age, he needs to be summoned. Again, if action is not taken soon, all of these people with inside information are going to die. And there's going to be a big risk that all the strings that can lead back to these programs and lead back to Roswell and Aztec and all these crash recoveries will just basically fade away, and we'll never have access to them again unless Congress acts immediately. Now, to get back to what I was saying, I wanted to define the term a limited hangout. Okay, a limited hangout is an intelligence term for a meeting in which you partially brief someone on something classified, like a special access program, and you give them a small amount of information. But in reality, you are both entrapping them due to the fact that they can never talk about the meeting or the classified material because you probably have them sign a stack of documents in some cases beforehand, and you purposely give them false information. And I think this is exactly what happened with Admiral Wilson, and it might be what happened with Eric Davis, because it seems like they were both told that there was no success with reverse engineering. And I think just like what Gordon Novell, what you just mentioned, that he said, they're hiding money. Right. I believe that's why, because the crown jewel, the absolute biggest secret they're trying to hide is the fact that these technologies that can manipulate apparent mass, manipulate inertia, manipulate gravity, control the flow rate of time, that these machines can be built, that humanity can engineer these forces, that it's not really as complicated as some people would like for us to believe, that it's real and they've already mastered it. Because if that information got out, these corporations like Lockheed would have 100 different competitors overnight, because every little country on this planet, from Belgium to Zimbabwe to Madagascar to New Zealand, would have their own anti-gravity vehicle program. And a company like Lockheed would lose their virtual monopoly. They're not exactly a monopoly. That's not fair. But they are very powerful. They are very established. And right now, they don't have to worry about a huge number of competitors. However, if this information got out, in no time flat, a little country like New Zealand could build anti-gravity vehicles that could go to Mars and back in a few days. I mean, for goodness sakes, the Tic Tac that was recorded off the coast of California over the Nimitz carrier group, in the most conservative estimates, accelerated at speeds of 200 Gs, of 200 gravities. It only, at a constant acceleration, all you need to go to Mars in less than a week is 1 G of acceleration to go to Mars and back. And so we don't need quite the performance of the Tic Tac to completely revolutionize space flight and atmospheric flight. And the powers that be know this. So they are hiding the fact that extraterrestrials are visiting Earth. That's a secondary consideration of them. That's another secret. The primary reason they want to keep this confidential is they are very happy raking in billions of dollars every year by selling ordinary conventional jet fighters to the military and making a fortune annually off of it, regularly and predictably for decades on end. They don't want that to stop. They don't want anything to get in the way of their consistent profits. And I firmly believe that the one secret they do not want to ever get out, even if one day they are forced to admit to crash recoveries, even if one day they admit to Roswell and show a body, they are going to try and deny that they ever had any success with reverse engineering, but it will be a damnable lie. And I hope and pray to God that the congressmen and senators that will be investigating them at that time will see through their lie and push further and get this technology out of these private programs and to the public.
I just want to add one thing that actually is quite interesting to what you've just said, which, by the way, I agree with everything that you're saying here. And it reflects back on Gordon Novell, believe it or not, and his thing that he said to me once about Bob Lazar. And Gordon told me that he believed Lazar was truthful in his account of what it was like to go to S4 and to see the, as Lazar called it, the sports model flying saucer, which he argued was powered by an element 115. Now, Gordon didn't believe that the flying saucers were powered by element 115. He believed that Lazar was victim of a disinformation limited hangout, kind of what you were saying here. And the reason, element 115, of course, is so difficult to get and reap and to create that it's jokingly referred to as unobtainium. And the idea being, if let's say the Fluxliner story is the real story, so according to at least what Sorensen claimed to have heard, there was a four-star general at a podium talking about this ARV, the Fluxliner, and stating that it moved, it was powered on the vacuum, and which later, in Hal Puthoff's paper, I think it was Puthoff who actually first talked about zero-point energy as the vacuum in a paper he wrote in 1989. So here's a general saying this works on the vacuum. And so if that's the case, you don't want competitors to know that fact. So you would get a guy like Lazar, who you might have psychologically profiled to be the kind of guy who might just talk, and give him false information about how these objects operated using unobtainium, that is element 115. And so that competitors who are trying to build their own flying saucer would get that information and say, oh, God, element 115, we'll just give up. There's no way that we could possibly build this. And so, it just would be another way of throwing competitors off the track to save your own project. So this type, I don't know if that's truly the case with Lazar, but it's always made sense to me. And similarly, what you're suggesting with these program managers, the gatekeepers, said to Wilson, very likely is the same type of disinformation limited hangout, right?
Oh, and that's very possible. And since we're talking about Bob Lazar, this came to me last night, but I wasn't going to actually mention it, or I was going to skim through it really quickly. But I have to say that according to his account, he only worked on the one saucer that was called the sports model that used the element 115. However, there was a whole row of hangars, and there were multiple types of vehicles, and one of them the Jello mold looking vehicle looks very similar. His account of it, his description of it, and I believe that Michael Schratt actually did some illustrations of this. It's in one of his documents online. It looked like the flux liner, so it might be what one of the craft they did indeed manage to reverse engineer. So it could be there are different categories of craft that use different propulsion systems. Okay,
good point. Very good point.
But actually, I don't want to get too deep into Bob Lazar because that could be something we could
that's a whole other thing
in and of itself. But I think that it is possible they have a series of different vehicles. Some they have been able to reverse engineer, some that they have not. And what I was going to say again is it's possible that these individuals that were lying to Admiral Wilson, they were lying by omission because they might have been telling him the truth that a specific vehicle out of the many that have crashed, that, again, Eric Davis claims openly there were a long series of crash recoveries. So maybe they're working on one that they have not been able to figure out, but there were others they did indeed have success with. Now, to move on in this document, as we go on this page, we see that they start talking about, questions such as Roswell, the Holloman Air Force Base landing, and so forth. And Admiral Wilson claims that they declined to discuss these. So they wouldn't talk to him about Roswell or the Holloman Air Force Base landing or MJ-12 or Bent Waters or any of this stuff.
Yeah, and it's interesting the way that was phrased, I always thought, because it's not that they said they didn't know anything about it. They just declined to discuss it. So you're really left with this idea that, they knew something, but they weren't going to talk to him about it.
Oh, yeah, they just were not going to give him any extra information because, like I had said, this was a limited hangout. They had this all pre-planned. They probably had a script they rehearsed beforehand.
Absolutely. They had a script beforehand. Note that it's Miller questions asked. So, again, this is interesting because it's Miller and Wilson coordinating some of this. So really what it seems like is, maybe this is from their conversation from 2 months earlier in April, where they spent 2 hours together after the meeting. Or, I don't know, is it possible that Miller and Wilson were in contact during this whole 2-month period? I don't really know. Maybe we don't get that information.
But somehow what we know is that Miller conveyed, he spoke with Admiral Wilson about all these topics: Roswell, Holloman, MJ-12, Bent Waters, Zamora, all this stuff.
And that Wilson thought it was important enough to bring to this meeting.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
he thought
interesting.
It was important. Yeah. And so he brought it up with them. They declined to discuss them. I bet you if we were a fly on the wall, he would have, Admiral Wilson would have said some interesting things to them. Okay, if you won't talk to me about Majestic 12, then why is your program named Maj and Magi? You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
So he probably pressed them hard, but they had probably planned ahead, to stand their ground, to only go by the script.
There's no question they would have had their own pre-meeting before they met with Wilson and laid out their game plan and what they would tell him and what they would not tell him and all of that, clearly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And they said, Admiral Wilson, when they declined to give him access yet again, he threatened to complain and to go to the Special Access Project Oversight Committee. And they told him, go ahead and do what you must. And he was angry about it, but they wouldn't budge.
They knew they were at no risk from him. This is obvious.
Anyway, because the leadership team of the senior review group had already been in their pocket. Okay, they had control over the senior review group because the senior review group, the leadership team, I want to specify, of the senior review group, was breaking the law for them. Okay,
and someone was able to tell Bill Perry to lay off, and maybe that was them or Majestic, who is clearly their actual boss.
Yes, Majestic or whoever runs the whole show, like I say, has accumulated power for 80 years, and they need to be brought down.
Right.
Everything they have been involved in needs to be opened up, laid on the table for public inspection, not just behind closed doors meeting in the Senate, but openly on C-SPAN. It needs to be on all the news networks while these hearings are taking place, because you cannot begin a new age of openness and transparency with more secrecy. That's something I want to stress to any congressman or senator that's thinking about congressional hearings. They can't be secret. They can't be behind closed doors. It has to be established from the beginning that all the testimony will be open. There will be no closed doors meetings or any secret hearings. It all has to be transparent, or otherwise this is a farce, because you are only perpetuating the 80 years of secrecy we've already had to endure when it comes to the topic.
I admire your sincerity in this and agree with your sentiment. I'm just quite skeptical that this type of scenario will ever play out the way that you want it or the way that I would like it. But, here's the thing. There's the old expression, to hit the mark, you have to aim above the mark. And so I think let's set our sights as high and as strong as we can make them and see where it ends up. I'm not particularly optimistic that the political system we have is in any way capable of doing what you want it to do. But it is the goal, and I agree with that goal. So I guess I'll just leave it at that.
All I will say before I move on with what's left on this one page, and there's a couple more pages after this, is that we're in a revolutionary period right now in this country. There's major social disruption. There's so many people that are just outraged with the way the world is. It doesn't matter, what your personal opinion is when it comes to politics. Everybody's outraged about something or another. So I think this is something that if they were completely open, completely transparent, it could basically refocus this country on something more meaningful and more constructive that would have a huge impact on the whole world. We need to get past all this bickering about, issues that may be important, but compared to this are trivial.
It is true, like during period, when you look historically at other nations, when UFO data would be released in one form or another, that it's often during periods of major political transition change. So, for example, when the Soviet Union collapsed, between 1989 and 1991, 92, that was when really a tremendous cache of Soviet and Russian documents on UFOs came out. When in China, when Mao died in 1976, shortly after that was a large release of Chinese UFO data. I mean, there was a lot of other types of information also that came out in the aftermath, but UFO information was one of them. In the nation of Spain, after the dictator Franco died in the late 70s, similar thing. And there's a few other examples of this, even in the United States. When we had Watergate in the 1970s and after Vietnam, those crises resulted in a strengthening of the Freedom of Information Act, which also resulted in a lot of UFO data coming out. When the boat is rocking, when there's a lot of disruption happening, that is always an opportunity for people to talk and for information to come out. And you're exactly right. Like, this is a time in world history and U.S. history where things are up for grabs, and we're not out of that period, by the way, because we've got economic disruption that's clearly continuing, political disruption. So I do leave it as a real open possibility that some huge UFO-related piece of information can come out and cause further disruption. And frankly, I mean, this was a theme that I wrote about 10 years ago with the book After Disclosure. I think that when you look at how messed up, how opaque, how anti-democratic our system is and has become, and how corrupt our major media has become, and how corrupt our political institutions are, and how corrupt our academic institutions have become, all of those things, you have to ask yourself, what is it that could possibly jar that huge system loose? And it can only be something of monumental significance. And really, there aren't that many, but the UFO phenomenon is one of the leading candidates. So I actually put hope. I don't know if I put belief, but I'm going to put some hope in the possibility that a genuine UFO disclosure movement and reality is one of the few things that actually could move us, jar us, as it were, into a positive direction where we can have some genuine, maybe positive reforms. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I'll just leave it at that as well, so we can get through this document.
Right.
So now at the end of page 13,
you realize we're 4 hours into this.
Admiral Wilson mentions that Greer talked about Corso during the initial meeting at the Pentagon on April 9th. And Miller showed him the book during the briefing. That was the day after Roswell by Philip J. Corso.
This is all brand new. Philip Corso's book was published that year. So it was the latest, hottest thing at the time. And
just to tell people a very little bit about Corso, he had a distinguished military career as a young officer. In 1947, he claimed that he was in Fort Riley, Kansas. He was a security guard at the time. That was his job that night, near the time of Roswell. And a convoy came through and temporarily put some boxes in storage in a warehouse under guard. And somehow that night, one of his friends snuck into the warehouse, and he followed him in, and the guy already had opened this crate. And when he looked in, there was a giant glass vial looking thing with a non-human body in it. But that's all, then he told his friend, we need to get out of here, close this. We're not supposed to see this. Then fast forward to the early 60s. After a long and extensive military career, he ended up becoming the head of the Foreign Technology Division in the Pentagon. That was the division that would basically investigate technologies other countries were using and reverse engineer it and incorporate it for the usage of the United States military. And he claims Lieutenant General Arthur Trudeau gave him a filing cabinet. And in this filing cabinet was everything the Army had about the Roswell UFO incident, and that it had some paperwork like autopsy documents, maybe some descriptions of the craft. I think it had a photograph, and it had various little pieces of debris. And his job was to go through, make sense of all these files, and write reports for Lieutenant General Arthur Trudeau, and also to see if there were any applications for the technology in industry. So he claims he
took... Good summary. That's a great summary of Corso's thesis right there.
So he took small pieces of debris that looked like, some of it looked like fiber optics, something else he said looked like a computer chip. There was various little things. I think there was a night vision thing that was over one of the aliens' eyes. He describes different little pieces of hardware, and he took them to private corporations that were already working on something remotely similar. So he's not claiming that these different technologies came directly from Roswell. A lot of people try to say that, but that's not what he claimed. What he claimed is that companies that were already working on something very similar, he would show it to them, say, okay, I'm going to let you keep this for a week, analyze it. I'm not going to tell you where it's from or anything about it. And if you get any ideas, just act like you came up with them yourself. And then I'll be back to pick it up in a week, and I'll just expect you to give the U.S. military first dibs on the technology. So that's how it worked. And he distributed it around. And then eventually, he moved on with his career, and his time in the Foreign Technology Division was over. And for example, Eric Davis has stated recently that he intensely investigated Corso, did a background check on him, and studied him in great detail, and confirmed everything he had to say. And also, if you read Forbidden Science, I think it's either in volume 3 or 4, it's probably in 4, it talks about how NIDS had meetings with Philip J. Corso, and how they interviewed him several times. and they had meetings with him, and they tried to almost trick him to see if he was making up something, but he wouldn't fall for it. I think John Alexander tried to make him say something that wasn't accurate, but he didn't fall for it. And he said, no, that's not right. It's such and such. So it proved that Corso knew what he was talking about.
I knew for years that all of those people at NIDS were strong believers in Corso, because a number of them told me that personally and very quietly. So, yeah, it's good that it's in Valet's book.
But what they recommend, though, is that you read Corso's original manuscript, not the book that was slightly dramatized by his co-author, who I think was William Burns. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Bill Burns. That was his co-author. It was slightly dramatized in the actual book, The Day After Roswell, but you can go and look up his original manuscript, which is posted online for free. You can just do a few Google searches and you will find it. I don't remember the title at this time, but it's a much more concise account of what he experienced during his time in the military and when he was working for Lieutenant General Arthur Trudeau. And he also describes a UFO experience he had, I believe, at White Sands Missile Range. So it's a fascinating book. He's the real deal. He's not a liar. If you listen to him on the radio, because he did many, many interviews on Coast to Coast AM, he always told the same story again and again and again, 100% consistently, and there's no reason to doubt him.
We're mentioning Corso here because, of course, Corso is referenced on page 13 of this document here.
Yeah, he's mentioned at the end of page 13. And now Eric W. Davis asked Admiral Wilson if he complained to the Special Access Project Oversight Committee. And he says, yes, he did. He called the subgroup members to a meeting, and he told them what happened. And basically that would include, that he met the gatekeepers and that they denied him access to these programs. Unfortunately, the senior review group leaders that he met sustained the contractor. Basically, that means they agreed with them and also denied him access. And as we move on to page 14, you will see how he argued with them, and the meeting eventually broke up, and they ended up having another meeting 2 days later, and he was denied access again. And he talks about how he was very mad. He was angry. It mentions that he almost got busted because he kept talking when he should have shut his mouth. Apparently, he pitched a fit, which I think he had every right to pitch a fit, because he should have gotten an award from this group instead of being threatened. And that's really the next thing we should really get into, because instead of thanking him for exposing this illicit rogue special access program that was not honestly reporting, to the oversight committee, that was not given accurate descriptions of their program in the database. The leadership team of the senior review group threatened to reduce him in rank, removing a couple stars, deny him his promotion to the DIA, from being director of the
essentially wreck his career.
Yeah, destroy him and take his pension away. And so they threatened him. And this shows to me that the leadership team of the senior review group were complicit in the illegal activities of these programs. And I should be more specific and call a spade a spade. They were being controlled like puppets. And this is more proof that Majestic 12 can get almost anyone to do anything they want.
A real interesting question.
That level of power.
It's an interesting question to ask is this legal or not legal? Because you really get into some nitpicking here. Because I think technically what was going on here arguably was legal. But of course you can say that about any tyrant in history, from Stalin to Hitler to Mao. You could argue that technically the things that they did were legal because they made the laws conform with their criminal acts, right? And here too, I think what we have is a system that I sometimes call legal illegality. So that what they were doing on behalf of the private contractor to protect them against Wilson technically, arguably, was legal because they had the authority to do the things they did. But we need to be asking a larger question here. Is it constitutional, which now you're getting into higher ethical issues here, and just B, is it right? Is it ethical? And is there, do we have a case where we've got unethical laws? And I mean, I realize you can argue it both ways. I guarantee you those guys at the top who threatened Wilson had their own moral / ethical / rationalization for what they did. But also, we could easily argue against them. So I don't really know how to answer this, but I think I call it legal illegality.
I'll give you my opinion. It's illegal both according to the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. Because if you study this document, what it strongly seems like, and I would say, reading this, I'm convinced of it, that they were indeed, the Special Access Program, breaking the law because they were not reporting their descriptions and activities honestly into this database. And I don't have the official name for what this database is called, but I know there's a directory in the Pentagon of all of these programs, even the WAVE programs and the carved out programs. And the fact that Admiral Wilson had to go all the way to their facility to find out they were a UFO reverse engineering program proves that they were not honestly listing their information in this database that any member of the senior review group, from my understanding, is supposed to be able to read. So in that sense, they were illegal according to the letter of the law. But then,
of course, basically a mafia running the government.
Yes,
that is what that is.
But also, there's the issue of the spirit of the law, and they are breaking the spirit of the law in every way imaginable.
Agreed.
Special access programs were never designed. The laws governing them were never written to protect special access programs that would basically be managing topics that had such enormous implications for all humanity. Okay? To me, special access programs are generally about a specific program. Oh, we're developing a certain craft. Oh, we're developing, if it's an intelligence special access program, we're developing, a new computer hacking method, or we're developing anti-encryption software, or whatever. It's not supposed to be, okay, we're hiding from all humanity that extraterrestrials are visiting this Earth and that they have crashed and that we have their bodies and we are reverse engineering their technology. They don't have a special access program doesn't have the right to do that. Okay.
Well, I'll guarantee you, I agree with you that, program dealing with the implications of extraterrestrials here on Earth and their technology and their physiology and the viruses they're bringing with them. All of that is of clearly world affecting proportions, and that affects all of humanity. But I will guarantee you that there are a whole array of other special access programs that probably have very nearly the same level of profound implications for the safety of all of humanity, simply because we've gotten to a point in our science where we are positively dangerous to everything on this planet. And so I would have to assume it's very likely that there are a number of these types of programs that, in theory, they belong to all of humanity, but it'll never happen.
Let me just say this. There's nothing as significant as the UFO cover-up. I would have to disagree with you here, because these ETs have probably been around, watching Earth, we know, for thousands of years. Who knows how long they have been monitoring their species. And they have knowledge of our history, of our origins, about our purpose in this universe, okay? And if you are someone who believes in a God, and I realize a lot of people don't believe in God, but if you are, they probably know a lot more about God than we do, because they've been around a whole lot longer. And
we're not really disagreeing here. I'm not actually opposed to what you're saying, and I don't think that you're actually disagreeing with me. I'm just pointing out, the UFO ET phenomenon is unique. It is special, but in terms of the ability to affect the world in a profound way, I would bet a lot of money that there are a variety of special access programs that are very, very powerful and very dangerous, and that are squirreled away in these programs away from any kind of oversight.
Well, there could be other programs that could have global implications, but no program that could have as many global implications as the UFO topic. Once you start thinking about the consequences of multiple extraterrestrial species visiting this planet, and the knowledge they would have, and the technology they would have, and the questions they could answer for us, the implications just go in every direction you can possibly conceive. This is an issue that has to be made transparent. There's really no other solution, because once you expose a little section of it, then the whole thing starts to unravel. Okay?
Well, sir, we agree here. We agree.
Okay. Okay, now I want to go into something else that's very important here, because in this document, and I want to be careful how I say this, because I want to make sure I get it right here. In this document, certain individuals have claimed there's errors in this document, because the time periods that which Paul Kaminsky, and Michael Kostanek served don't exactly match up, okay, to reality. And without going to all the nitty gritty, which would require a lecture and a chart and everything else, the answer is very simple. Admiral Wilson did not want to give Eric Davis the names of the current members of the senior review group that were in those positions during his search, because they were the ones that threatened his career, and they were the ones that were obviously read into this program, and they knew about it. That was ultra-sensitive information he did not want to convey to Eric Davis. The good thing is we know most likely who would have been on the leadership team of the senior review group at the time. And I want to go over that very quickly right now.
Let's do it.
Okay. At that time, the time period in 1997, for the chairman of the senior review group, and this is the only one where there's a little bit of wiggle room here, okay? Noel Longmire Jr. was serving as both the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense and the acting Undersecretary of Defense after Paul Kaminsky was no longer, after he stepped down as Undersecretary of Defense. So he was serving both positions for a period of time. And so, but the thing is, Billy Cox actually interviewed Noel Longmire Jr., and he kind of gave an explanation, which I really didn't buy, basically denying he knew anything about it, and trying to say there was a higher senior review group. You really need to read the article, because I don't remember it word per word. But basically, Noel Longmire Jr. gives some excuses. I don't really buy it, but it's possible he is telling the truth. I don't want to say he's lying, because we don't know, and that would be unfair to say that. So either he was the member of the senior review group, and he's simply obeying the law and continuing to lie to deny the existence of these special access programs, which he would be required under law to do. Or the other possibility is that the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense, who would have been the overall chairman of the entire Special Access Program Oversight Committee, which would have included the senior review group, could have taken on that responsibility temporarily for this meeting with Admiral Wilson. Okay? And they were two individuals at that time. One Deputy Secretary of Defense stepped down on July 15th, 1997. And then the other one took that position on July 29th. So it could have been either one of these individuals. And their names are John P. White. I'll repeat that. John P. White, who left his position as of July 15th, 1997. And then there's John J. Hamre. That's John J. Hamre, Hamre, who then took the position on July 29th, 1997. When I say the position, I mean as Deputy Secretary of Defense. And so they could, if they did not want Noel Longmire Jr. to serve as the chairman of the Senior Review Group because he was only the acting Undersecretary of Defense, then they could have played that role. And either one of them could theoretically have been the chairman that threatened him. Now, to move on about
that's a really interesting point, and it really just goes to saying again that if you take this document and argue that everything in here is supposed to be factually correct or it's hoax, is a very, very simplistic way to look at this. It's a very, very simplistic way to look at this document. Now the co-chairman of the Senior Review Group. This is factual. There's zero doubt about this because this is listed on the Air Force website. Major General William F. Moore would have been, we know this, it's on the Air Force website, the Director of Special Programs at that time. Both before this time period and I think for maybe a year after, he was the Director of Special Programs. This is Major General William F. Moore. He would have been the co-chairman of the Senior Review Group. Now, that, like I said before, that would have also made him the Executive Secretary of the overall Special Access Program Oversight Committee, and it would have also made him the Director of the Special Access Program Coordination Office. Now, so you think it's possible he was possibly the man who threatened Wilson? Well, he met the group as a whole. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that it says the chairman threatened him, but it was the group as a whole that denied him access. Of course, probably the chairman would have made that decision, and I'm sure the chairman would have probably checked with the Deputy Secretary of Defense because of the simple fact it would have been such a major decision. So I believe whoever was Deputy Undersecretary of Defense would have been contacted about the situation. Now, the third individual who I believe would have been the Executive Secretary of the Senior Review Group, and we know from online documents that are available that he was on the Senior Review Group and that he had been, I believe, the Assistant Director of the Special Access Program Coordination Office. And this guy had been in the DOD for a very long time. There's a lot of mentions of his name online. He's in a bunch of documents. And like these other individuals I just mentioned, he's still alive. His name is Richard Dick Williams. Sometimes he's referred to as Mr. Dick Williams in a couple of documents. But his real name is Mr. Richard Williams. He was the executive secretary. So we basically know, who was on the Senior Review Group, the individuals that would have been serving, that could have been serving as the chairman if it had not been Noel Longmire Jr. And so there's 5 people right here that Congress could ask to testify. And then if they won't testify voluntarily, if we hold full congressional hearings on the UFO topic, they could summon to testify, because this is an important enough topic with implications for the whole world. Just because someone doesn't want to come testify isn't a good enough excuse. I think with the hearings we need to have, there are literally dozens and dozens of people that need to come and testify. And as we learn information, the Congress will figure out who else to summon to testify. And it's probably going to end up that there will be individuals involved in the corporate world that will be forced to testify. So now we're moving on to page. Well, before we go to page 15, there's one other topic on here I want to touch on, which is very interesting. We cannot skip this. Jacques Gansler is mentioned here.
And basically, he ran into Jacques Gansler in 1998. And he had became, after Noel Longmire Jr., okay, because Longmire Jr. was only the acting Undersecretary of Defense. Jacques Gansler was who became the regular Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Technology. So in 1990, and that would have made him the chairman of the Senior Review Group. So in 1998, Admiral Wilson ran into Jacques Gansler, the chairman of the Senior Review Group, who basically he found out had been read into the program. And Jacques Gansler tells him UFOs are real, but alien abductions are not real. And so he would have been in a position to know because he was the chairman of the Senior Review Group. I mean, he was on the leadership team. And so that's why, he would know this stuff. And I think the fact that he mentioned alien abductions are not real, I believe that was a lie, because I think alien abductions are probably second to the technology itself. This godlike technology, which could literally transform human civilization in every way imaginable, because the technology, the reality of the active vacuum and how it can be engineered is vital not only for free energy technology, anti-gravity propulsion, warp drive, but also to an understanding of human physiology, because their very DNA can act as an antenna. We have microtubules in our cells that can pick up all different types of signals. So understanding our very biology and perhaps even our consciousness is important. But alien abductions do happen. I've known multiple people personally that have experienced alien abductions. People very personal to me have experienced them. As far as I know, I have not. But I have read enough accounts and done enough research that I believe that a certain percentage of the people who claim to have been abducted by extraterrestrials have indeed had the experiences as they claim. And I believe that they do not want people to know that extraterrestrial beings are occasionally abducting humans, performing experiments on them, perhaps even creating hybrid children, and then returning them to their homes. And there's probably very little the military can do to stop it.
So let me just jump in here.
Go ahead.
You said a lot on this, and I agree with your basic assumption, which is that Gansler lied to Wilson when he said UFOs are real and so-called alien abductions are not real. And I think we can just boil it down to Gansler's recognition that Wilson wasn't read into any of this and wasn't authorized to be read into it. And why on earth would he tell Wilson this? I mean, unless he wanted to break the regulations because he was super close friends with Wilson, which there's no evidence that was the case. Well, he wouldn't do that.
Well, Jacques Gansler would have already known, because he was on the Senior Review Group,
right?
What Special Access Program already told him, so it was.
But
he
wouldn't tell Wilson. Is obviously the point.
Well,
Wilson
he would
not
have
told that.
Well, Jacques Gansler wouldn't have told him that alien abductions were real. That would have been, information he didn't already have. But he could tell him that UFOs were real, since that was basically already admitted to him.
And that was actually, I mean, when you really think about it, big deal. I mean, within the high levels of the military and the intelligence community, what I have found over the years is that there's a widespread recognition among a lot of those people that they know the UFO phenomenon is real. So in a sense, it's almost not even a radical revolutionary thing to say within those circles. So for him to tell Wilson, yeah, UFOs are real, it's like, what else you got for me? I mean, it's not necessarily an earth-shattering statement. Like, people on the outside would think, oh my God, someone in the Joint Chiefs of Staff is being told UFOs are real. Yes, that is a big deal. But within that culture, I would hazard to say not so much. And so Gansler wasn't really giving Wilson a whole lot. And besides, by that point, Wilson already knew in his own mind that they were real, because he'd had the meeting with the gatekeepers months before. So Gansler's essentially telling Wilson what Wilson already knew that it was real. And so, in a sense, Gansler was just really stopping the inquiry into anything further as far as Wilson was concerned.
Oh, and they really want to stop inquiry into alien abductions because of the simple fact they were MILABs. I believe MILABs or military abductions really do happen. Melinda Leslie has had multiple MILAB experiences where literally the military abducts alien abduction victims and experiments on them, interrogates them. Sometimes, it gets some of them. These accounts get really bizarre, and I'm not saying every MILAB account is real.
No, we don't want to go into this whole thing. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I believe in MILABs for a while. This is a whole side topic.
Yeah.
I think
the only reason I want to say it is because we know for a fact from what Melinda Leslie has said that Jim Semivan is extremely interested in the topic of MILABs. That was the main reason he had his first meeting with her.
Fair enough.
That was why I wanted to bring it into. So this is a topic that TTSA is interested in, and I think they're interested in it because they know there's something real going on there.
And what we really want to acknowledge as well is that Semivan, who's a member of TTSA, to me, and I think to a lot of us, they are essentially the contemporary iteration of this group that was around Eric Davis and Bob Bigelow. Really, they're the modern version of NIDS, essentially.
Yes.
And so so they all there's this continuity that in fact goes back to the special working group of the 1980s that was referenced when we started this whole conversation hours ago when we talked about Oak Shannon. This is kind of a very loosely knit but very consistent or a continuous group in which a few of the people, like Hal Puthoff, has been there throughout the whole time. But there's been other people who have drifted in and out of this group over the years. And that now includes Semivan. He's one of them. And so the fact that he's interested in the MILABs, the military abductions, should be a hint to us that the rest of this group as well, the group that is around Davis and Puthoff and the rest, that they too probably have some interest and knowledge of it. And that would very likely include the abduction phenomenon in general. They don't like to talk about that, but my own suspicion, and it's not, I will just say this, I don't have direct knowledge from anyone in that organization that they definitely know it's real, but I suspect that they do know it's real.
Okay.
So I can leave it at that.
Yep.
So now, we're in the home stretch here.
Yeah, we're near the very end.
For the mercy of the listeners, we should probably think about wrapping this up sometime in the near future as well.
Yeah, we're going to wrap this up in just a few minutes. Going through the last page, we see where, Jack Gansler told him to drop the matter, no more discussion of it. Then Eric Davis asked Wilson if he would be willing to talk to Hal Puthoff or Kit Green, discuss who they are. And he wasn't familiar with the names, but he had heard of the RV program. That's remote viewing. And basically he says maybe not for Hal Puthoff, but he would think about it. He doesn't respond to Kit Green. He says he prefers to never talk to anyone about this again because it risks exposure. Then he asked Eric Davis what he would do with this. And I think that's important because Eric Davis said that he would keep this for private and personal research. And by private research means exactly what he did.
Exactly.
He shared the document with very close, trusted individuals within NIDS, a few other scientists probably, that had clearances that were part of this very tight-knit network. He did not post it online. He did not mail it to random people. He kept it very close to his chest, and it didn't get out for a very long time. And it goes on to say that he'll keep his mouth shut, and he's going to keep everything confidential for him. Then he tells Wilson about he says, this is the quote, told Wilson about Mary Elizabeth Elliott TRW story. For the record, we know that the lawyer He references Jeffrey W. Griffith is indeed real. He operates in California. He's not willing to talk to anyone. So the lawyer that's mentioned just will not speak to anyone about this whatsoever. Then it's mentioned Ingo Swann's story.
Yeah, that's really significant to me.
Um,
Ingo was very, very closely. I mean, he was intimately close with Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ. Of course, he was one of their key remote viewers. And the fact that, I mean, all of this speaks to this group of people: Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, Kit Green, who knew all about Ingo. Again, this just speaks to this group of people, and it speaks to Eric Davis crafting this note. And also the 1974 remote viewing woman who went to Wright-Patterson. All of this is relevant for their group. And it just speaks to the fact that Davis wrote this.
Yeah, and basically the letter,
and also, I'm just going to add one other thing. When I spoke to Hal Puthoff and Kit Green about this document, they didn't say, no, it's nonsense. They said, no comment. And in Hal Puthoff's case, he said, my security clearances prevent me from discussing potentially ongoing U.S. government activities. And Kit Green said, almost the exact same type of thing. He says, look, the fact that I've seen it, the fact that I have an opinion about it has nothing to do with the fact that I am not able to speak to its provenance, and I just can't, I won't do that. And then I will just say I spoke to both of them off the record about this document. And the fact that they are listed in the document and neither of them is publicly denying the document, I think speaks volumes.
Oh, yeah, it speaks everything. I mean, now we have Bob McGuire, who saw a letter from Admiral Wilson that was addressed to someone in a 3-letter agency seeking help. So the evidence is beyond any doubt. This is a legitimate document. And the last part of this page, just to finish up, Admiral Wilson asked for information about Corso. Eric Davis puts in the note, will send. And then Admiral Wilson basically gives him his address in D.C. And Admiral Wilson mentions that he will retire to the Midwest and close his office in 2003, and then it's over.
That's it.
So I just want to say this document seriously, and I don't want to, I want to make sure people know that I'm absolutely serious when I say this. It's the most important topic on Earth right now. There's no other story going on, even coronavirus, because the coronavirus is tragic. It's terrible. It is extremely sad, and it's very serious, but it will pass. Humanity will get over it, just like we have gotten over many other plagues and pandemics in the past. However, the UFO reality is going to affect our future for the next 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000 years. So we have to get the truth about this out. And I would just like to say, that this document is something that congressional staffers, congressmen, and senators, they need to be examining closely. And I'd like to say that everyone in TTSA knows beyond any doubt that this is real, just like we both said before. And if any of these congressional staffers have any doubt about if this is real or not, all they have to do is press one of the members of TTSA and push them in at least privately, they'll admit that it's real. I'm certain they would do that.
Well, yeah, so we're going to wrap this up in a moment here, but I know that you've expressed some very strong opinions about TTSA, and you're very critical of the fact that they're being, clearly wishy-washy about the UFO UAP phenomenon. We've all noticed. They're being very, very coy publicly about this. My take on this has always been they're doing this for very clearly political reasons. They are not. I think it's fair to say their attitude is they want to take one step at a time. And if they were to go as strongly on this as you would want, or as I have tried to do in the past, their attitude is that they're just going to get nowhere with it. So going very quietly, presenting this fiction of, well, we don't know what these objects are. They could be anything, which is clearly not what any of those members believe. That's obvious. And you're exactly right in saying they know not simply that UFOs are real and are a legitimate phenomenon, but that we have acquired these objects through retrievals of the technology. And this particular document speaks to the fact that several core members of TTSA are well aware of this fact, and therefore that the entire group is well aware of this fact. But they're not saying it. They won't say it because their goal, in my opinion, is not really to promote disclosure with the general public, but is to have quiet conversations politically in a secure environment where they can do this in a way that they feel that they're not exposed, because this is not a safe topic to be shouting from the rooftops about, at least for as far as mainstream the power structure goes. But I think I personally think that they've moved the football down the field quite a bit, and I don't think that effort is done. And having said all of that, I completely support what you are doing in your analysis and indeed of your critiques of them. Whereas I feel like I can understand where they're at. I think it's totally legit, totally valid to be pointing out their shortcomings and to point out the fact that it's obvious that they know much, much more than they are saying. So, yes, I'm glad that we're having this conversation. And it's appropriate. You wanted this to get this out to time it at least somewhat approximately with the beginning of their season 2 of their TV show Unidentified, and we'll be able to do that.
I just want to say for the record, TTSA has done a lot of good. They have massively raised awareness of this topic in a way that no one else has ever been able to achieve, in a way that the community has never been able to achieve. So they deserve a lot of credit. However, my argument is that I believe, and Grant Cameron has said this repeatedly, and I believe him, that if these insiders would ever band together and collectively share what they know, the UFO cover-up could be over tomorrow. Literally, these people have been accumulating information for decades. And
I don't know if I agree with that. And I haven't really talked openly with Grant about this, but let's talk about it here. I've definitely gotten more than a hint from a couple of these people that they don't feel that they have the ammunition to go public. So now I don't know, what do they have? They've got metamaterials, they've got some other interesting information. They could band together. They could say, yeah, the Wilson document, the notes by Davis, that's real. This conversation happened. But would it be enough to convince an A, apathetic, B, skeptical, C, completely corrupt power structure that, by the way, controls nearly all of the media to do anything about it? And I mean, and on top of that, the fact that they would undoubtedly be exposing themselves to some kind of retaliation professionally and maybe legally. Like I'm sure that they're thinking about all of that. And I don't think that they feel confident enough that they've got the ammo necessary to go public and to weather the inevitable firestorm that's going to be levied against them. I just don't think that they believe that they've got it. I mean, maybe they do. In the minds of the public and those of us who support the idea of UFO disclosure, we want them to go for it because they may be the best shot that exists right now. They probably are. But I don't think that they think that they've got the ammo. I think that group of people, the whole NIDS crowd, that's now the TTSA crowd, a lot of those people have been spending their almost entire adult lives trying to work their way to the center of the maze. And it's not clear to me that they're actually at the center. I think they're close enough that they know things, but I don't know that they've got the goods.
Well, look at Eric Davis. Eric Davis, he has stated during his interviews that he was partially read in to one of these programs. And he basically, if he doesn't flat out admit it, he strongly alludes to it. And he talks about how he knew a former Lockheed employee. I believe he says Lockheed. I'm not 100% sure if he said Lockheed, but he said that had been a president or vice president of a legacy aerospace corporation that actually worked in one of the reverse engineering programs. And he goes on to say about how this guy, was willing to tell him some things. So they have a lot of information, and maybe each little piece wouldn't be enough. But if they would put together their collective knowledge and transparently and openly give it to someone like Marco Rubio and these other senators and these other congressmen, these committee chairmen, I believe it could convince them, you know what, we need hearings now. We can't delay this any longer. We need to do whatever it takes to get the facts about this potential threat to not only the United States, but the entire human species. So
I think it might be enough too. It's totally possible. If it's packaged and presented in the best possible way, yes, it could be that home run that we've all wanted. That would at least move this forward in a powerful way. But it's not a sure thing for them, in my view, and I think it's probably a big gamble. And I'm just, the impression that I have gotten from a few of the people that I've gotten this from is that I don't think they're confident that they've got it. So that's where they're at. And that's why, despite the fact that I have almost practically begged one of the members to come forward, and I've sort of cajoled a number of others, they're not budging. I don't think that they're budging at all on this. So I don't think they're likely to. However, the good news for us is that we're not in a static situation. As you pointed out a little while ago, we're in a global revolutionary upheaval, and nothing is stable. So I think, where they're at now may not be where they are at in the near future. And the instability is not just political. It's not just economic. It is in the UFO arena as well. So we've got brilliant analysts like yourself diving into documents like this. And we've got the group Grant Cameron dubbed the Young Guns, who are out there diving into this issue as well. And they've done tremendous work. And there are other serious researchers who are continuing to look into this. And I think that we're not done with this story, and we're not done with probably new stories that are going to continue to come out, because there's just been too much momentum. It hasn't petered out. One of my fears was that the momentum started by TTSA would just grind to a halt, that they themselves would find their knees cut out from underneath them, and that they would suddenly find themselves not even existing. And in fact, it's totally possible that we could find one day we wake up and learn that they've just disbanded and they're not even around anymore. Like, that's actually possible. But so far they're still going, and so far the momentum that they initiated has spread to a lot of other researchers. So there's a lot of good things going on here, and I don't know that we're going to get what we fully want, but I don't know that we won't either. So how about that?
We have to fight for it, and we have to push for it.
That's right.
Even though there's no guarantees, this is a topic of extreme importance, and we have to do everything we can to push for complete disclosure of this topic. Also, I just want to say that with everything that's happening in the UFO community right now, people need to spread the Admiral Thomas Wilson document to everyone they can. They need to be writing to congressmen and senators about it. They need to be sharing it with their friends, their co-workers, their colleagues, their neighbors. We need to get the word out about this document, because there's all kinds of stuff happening with the new season of Unidentified. There's rumors of various things supposed to be happening in the next several weeks. There's new documentary series about to come out, The Phenomenon. There's another documentary that's supposed to be coming out. There's major books about to come out. This summer is going to keep on accelerating. And the Admiral Thomas Wilson document needs to stay in the center of it. It cannot be pushed to the side. It cannot be, it has to stay in the forefront of this push for disclosure.
I'll tell you, a year ago when this whole thing started and There are people who absolutely jumped on to defend the authenticity of this and who recognize the profundity of this document. But there are other people who just were almost comically skeptical about it. And I'll tell you, none of it ever bothered me, and still actually doesn't. And the reason is there's never been a time in my career in this field where I was as confident in knowing that we've got this one. Like, I have known from the beginning that this particular document will not go away. It will not be silenced. And time will continue to validate it and vindicate it. And that is what's happening. Like, I knew this would happen when I went public with it in June of 2019. And despite all of the loud and ignorant naysayers who jumped in and were convinced that they had the truth on this, it actually really never bothered me, and still doesn't bother me, because I know where we are here. And I know with the confidence that I've never had with almost any other subject within ufology that I've ever encountered. This one I know. And
You know why?
And it's being proven true. So
Because this is a map for disclosure. It's a map of names. It's a map of connections.
Yeah, exactly.
And
also it's true. Like, that's the thing.
It's real. This is absolutely true. It's totally authentic. And it gives the names, it gives the positions, it gives the connections between the individuals. And if the Congress and the Senate will get serious about disclosure and to get to the bottom of this, they can use this document. And there are names in this document that need to be contacted. Many people who are still alive that would have information. We have provided names tonight of people that are not listed in this document that would have information.
That's correct.
And there are a dozen other names or more that they can find, which are easy to locate, of people that would have information. Every director of special programs for the last 30 years should be asked about, these programs, because they all should know something about it. So this is a map for disclosure, and it needs to be utilized, and the UFO community needs to keep shoving this document in the face when I say that metaphorically, of course, but shoving this document in the face of everyone they can, especially congressmen and senators, and urging them to use this to push congressional hearings. So that's really all I have to say tonight. And I just want to really, really thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my research and to share what I have discovered and to convey it to a audience who I hope and pray will use the information towards disclosure.
Well, my anonymous friend, I want to thank you for the energy and passion and accuracy and analysis that you have provided for this very important document. I don't know anyone else who would have been able to do what you did tonight in going into a lot of the details that validate the reality of this document. So I want to thank you. And thinking of listeners who have braved through the 5 hours that we have gone through here. It's been a real journey, and it's exactly the opposite, actually, of what I set out to try to do with you in this interview. As you well know, I wanted to have a concise, to the point, boom, let's get into this and get in and get out on the Wilson document. But you had a different idea, and I'm glad that you did have a different idea, and I'm glad that you persevered over my objections to go as deep and as thoroughly as you've done, because now we've got a record of this. So I don't know how many listeners are going to want to go through the full 5 hours, but I'm hoping that most of them will do it, because it's been worth it. And now we've got this permanent record of our conversation here on YouTube for as long as YouTube allows my channel to exist. So there's that.
And I just want to say again, thank you, Richard. You are such a great asset to the UFO community. You contribute so much. You're a very level head. You're a very knowledgeable person that people can listen to and basically have a trustworthy source of information. So you're a great asset. Just remember that, and take care of yourself, and don't ever get burnt out. If you have to take a break every now and then, you do it, because you're one of the leaders in this field, in my opinion, and you're going to be important for whatever comes next.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that, and I'll do my best to stay active and take it easy at the same time. So, Mr. X, I want to thank you for being here with us, and that's it for now. I want to thank all the listeners who've been here throughout all of this for your attention. If you like this video, please hit the like button. That actually helps me a lot. And if you haven't yet, if you like what's on this channel, by all means, be a subscriber to the channel. That's all I got. For now, we're going to say goodbye. And remember, while we learn and grow in search of the truth, let's try to be good to each other. Later.